Well, honestly, I was hoping we were going to wake up and I was going to be able to go, oh, great, we know Tyreek Hill is going to play. Oh, great, we know that Nico Collins is going to play. Well, that's the exact opposite of what we ended up getting. Here are the updates that we have. Tyreek Hill is a game time decision for Monday. So again, I have all the same information that you do. The only thing that I've seen is Tyreek Hill's Instagram story on the flight to LA saying he's about to make big moves, blah, 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 blah. If I was guessing, I would guess that Tyreek probably does end up playing. Now, with that being said, can you just solely rely on Tyreek Hill with no backup play? Probably not. What I'd highly recommend is obviously it'd be great if you had Waddle, but if you don't have anybody else in that Monday night game and you wanted to play Tyreek Hill, you probably should pick up Demarcus Robinson just in case Tyreek misses. Now, obviously, the other receiving options in Miami would be pretty damn gross. You could try to run with Odell, but it ain't happening. Like, I'd rather just go with Demarcus Robinson and see if you get lucky with the touchdown. But another thing is, you need to ask yourself, okay, if George Pickens is my other option, who obviously plays on Sunday, do I just go through and play it safe? And do I just take the Sunday option? Which, I don't know the answer to that, to be completely honest. Thank God I don't have Tyreek, so I don't have to make that decision myself. We talked about this earlier in the week. A lot of people said, oh, you're clickbaiting, blah, blah, blah. When we titled the live stream, could Trevor Lawrence be done? ? Live Q&A. And now we get the report this morning. Trevor Lawrence's left shoulder could miss the rest of the season. Yep, this is what we read earlier in the week. This is why if you go over to the rankings on the site, you will see that I already dramatically moved Brian Thomas Jr. down as soon as the Lawrence news came out. We moved Brian Thomas Jr. down to about wide receiver 23, whereas previously it was up as a high-end wide receiver 2. Now, I wouldn't feel too comfortable moving Thomas lower than this for now, just because it is still just speculation on if Lawrence could actually be missing the rest of the season. But he's definitely not playing this week, right? So definitely the minimum this week, you are really concerned if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to play Brian Thomas Jr. I think he still can. I would just lower expectations. Nothing's more annoying than this. Nothing. I repeat, nothing. Obviously, we got the Texas hat on, but Jonathan Brooks has been practicing in full for weeks now. They go through and they update Jonathan Brooks' status to take him off the IR Wednesday. They had to by Wednesday. And now Jonathan Brooks is not going to be playing week 10. Are you freaking kidding me? So, of course, we need to go over, and I'm updating the rest of season rankings. F it. We're moving Chuba Hubbard higher. I'm throwing in the towel. At this point, I'd rather have Hubbard over Rachaad White rest of season. We're lowering down Jonathan Brooks. I don't see why I'd rather have Jonathan Brooks over Bucky Irving. And also, obviously, with the Week 10 rankings, we need to move up Chuba Hubbard dramatically here. And move Jonathan Brooks to the very bottom end of the list. So we previously had Hubbard at 24. Hell, I'd rather start Hubbard over Stevenson Najee this week. Which I hope I'm wrong. I'm personally starting Najee and Stevenson in the Flock League. So, but yeah, we'll move Hubbard up. And then obviously we will get Jonathan Brooks to the very, very bottom here, which is a sad sight to see. And obviously, if you have the Vikings defense, for the love of God, play the Vikings defense this week. Going up against a backup quarterback. Vikings defense was already a great play to begin with. Now, Ian Rappaport says last night, as I'm snoozing away, that Nico Collins is considered a game time decision for Week 10. Now, this freaking sucks as well because obviously Nico plays on Sunday night. So I'm moving Nico back down the rankings. Like, let's realistically try to think of how we would rank this because obviously, if Nico Collins and Tyreek Hill were both fully healthy, I'd have them as mid-wide receiver ones. But if I'm submitting the rankings to the site at this second, where I have to figure out, oh, okay, would I start this player, would I start this player? If I didn't have a backup option for tonight, if I didn't have somebody I could pivot to if Nico or Tyreek were ruled out, I'd probably start just Josh Downs this morning. So I'm going to move Tyreek, Nico down to be mid-wide receiver twos. Because if I had like a high-end wide receiver two, low-end wide receiver one, like Terry, Devonta Smith, CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Adams, I would feel like I don't need to roll the dice with Tyreek. I don't need to roll the dice with Nico Collins. So freaking frustrating, of course, but it is what it is. Let me go ahead. I think we've given all the injury updates that we haven't talked about previously. We've updated all the rankings on the site. Obviously, if you wanted to go see my rankings, just go with the rankings page. You can go rest of season, blah, 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 whatever you want. Just hit Mason Dodd. That way it sorts by Mason Dodd. That will be behind a paywall if you want to see my rankings in particular, but the expert average is completely free as well. But you can go ahead, see all the ranks that you need to. Blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah. You get it. And let's go ahead and let's answer all the questions that I need to. Let's move this around. And obviously, if you ever wanted to send in any questions, you can do so on the site literally whenever you want. Just go hit the personal advice button in the top right corner. There you can send in a super message, starts a question, trade question, team review, whatever you are wanting. And what's pretty cool about what we built on the site is you don't even have to be in the live stream to ask or receive your answer, because the second that we answer your question, it's actually going to be sent to you with a custom link immediately through the site that takes you to the exact second that your question was answered. So you can really ask a question whenever you want. Don't even have to wait in the live stream to get your answer. It's going to be sent to you when it is. And obviously, if you wanted that team review, I'd highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free CJ Stroud pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And on top of that, you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night as well. It is interesting. I was wondering where they were going to put the CMC picks. They have CMC higher or lower 93.5 total yards, which personally I'd be staying away from it just because I think it's a little too risky. But anyway, let's go ahead and let's dive into some team reviews here. First one we are going to be looking at is coming out from Oscar. Oscar, I appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. Let me go ahead and hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question here. Says, hey, I'm 3-6. Looking for a late season push. Need to get into the top 6. So basically, I need to win all my games. What should we do considering bye weeks? So yeah, 3-6. An easy way to view this is your team's already in the fantasy football playoffs. It's already a spot where it's win or go home. And we need to be selling future production to go and get short-term value. So as we look at this roster, we need to identify possibly rookies, injured players, anybody that backfills their production for the fantasy football playoffs that won't give us the production that we are looking for this week needs to be sold, preferably in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade right this second. So going ahead and looking at what we have with this roster top to bottom, do we have anybody that fits that mold? Do we have anybody that gives you a bunch of long-term upside, but not really much production in the short term? Not necessarily. The one guy that you could potentially make the argument for would be Rome Odunze, but reality is, what could you expect to get for Rome? A bag of chips, right? There's no way in hell anybody's going to trade anything to you for Rome Odunze. So I'll have to try to get a little more creative with this. Now, it is a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So definitely having an elite quarterback will make a difference. We have Burrow. That's probably not on the Mount Rushmore. Probably not going to be one of those options where we can say that you get the same floor-ceiling combo as Lamar Jackson, as Jalen Hurts. At least not in a 4-point passing touchdown format where obviously so much more is dictated by rushing. But we do feel very comfortable with Burrow as our quarterback. I would have him right after the big 4 guys that are going to run the ball. You do have the week 12 bye, so I don't fault you for wanting to go through and wanting to grab another quarterback down here at the bottom end. You have Drake May. I don't know the Patriots week 12 matchup off the top of my head, but I do know you're in a spot in which you do have at least the Patriots on the week 14 bye, so you don't have to worry about May lining up with the same missing week as Burrow. Going over to running back, we have the RB1 with Bijan. Eckler's like the perfect example of a player that you would really like to have in the short term here, where this is a running back that you can cover for the Brian Robinson injury, and at the same time, his short-term production is more important than his long-term upside. So I think that Eckler matters more for your team than anybody else, and it'll be perfect. You'll get Kenneth Walker back in after the bye. Going down to the bench, all I would say is, for the love of God, I promise you there's a better option than Nick Westbrook-Ikhine off your waiver wire. I would drop Westbrook and try to pick up another running back, to be honest with you. Going over to wide receiver, we have an elite wide receiver 1 in Jefferson, a strong wide receiver 2 in Terry. Our flex is not the best. We have Rome Odunze currently. I'm looking at how that changes going into the future. It's hard to imagine one of these guys down here on the bench turning into our flex. So really the saving grace that this team could have, if there is one, is us going ahead and us potentially hitting off the next Kareem Hunts, the next Jordan Mason, the next running back that is able to just go through and turn into an absolute every week starter regardless of the matchup because there was an injury in their backfield. Like trade-wise, unless you want to tear down from Jefferson, unless you want to tear down from Bijan, you're probably not really doing anything here. And for me personally, I would have no interest in doing that 2-for-1 tear down. I would much prefer just looking to hold on to what we have currently with the studs at the top. So for me, I think what would possibly make sense is going through and deciding to package together maybe Burrow and Rome, with Burrow coming off the monstrous back-to-back performances, to see if you wanted to go try to get a top-end wide receiver for your flex. I'd imagine that there are a bunch of teams in your league that are sitting with wide receivers on their bench. Maybe there's a team that has like Devonta Smith, where if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to pivot off and go get a wide receiver of that ilk for your flex and then just commit to streaming the quarterback position, that is something that you could look to do. Going over to tight end, we have Ferguson. I would love to upgrade Ferguson. Just the realistic thing is, who the hell can we sell on this team? I mean, Jameson Williams was a sell-high candidate for us earlier in the year. But at this point, can I act like you're going to get anything for Jameson? No, you won't. So you are really limited with the assets that you could potentially trade here. So really the only thing that I think you could do is swing Burrow for an elite flex. Or if you wanted to go ahead and instead potentially look to just make waiver wire moves and try to find the free elite flex guy. Go try to find the next Jordan Mason. Go pick up somebody like Tyler Algier. Go pick up somebody like Braylon Allen, where if their situation were to change, all of a sudden they would be very exciting. You could go ahead and you could drop Nick Westbrook-Akeen. And honestly, drop Jaleel McLaughlin and go try to get 2 separate running backs off the waiver wire as well. Because the thing with Nick Westbrook-Akeen is I have no idea what has to happen for him to actually hit your starting lineup. And at the same time, you can say that Jaleel McLaughlin doesn't have that handcuff appeal anymore. Because 1, obviously, is stuck in a garbage offense regardless. But 2, reports coming out saying that Estime is going to be seeing a larger workload. Means that if you were to have that injury to Javonte, probably all of a sudden Jaleel and Estime are splitting. So it's not like Jaleel's even starting in your lineup then. So I think the easy moves are waiver wire pivots away from those 2 low ceiling plays. And the only trade that could potentially make sense, a player that could be viewed as expendable on your roster, would probably be Joe Burrow. If you wanted to go out and get that elite level flex over Rome Odunze. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Again, thank you for being a member of the flock. I hooked you up with both a free start sit question as well as a free trade question, just in case there's anything else that you have with this team that you want me to take a look at. I'd be super happy to help you out. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help in some way here. Now, let's move this over to our next question. Coming out from Grossman Jack, this is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Says, I wanted a Thursday night play, so I went Gesicki, avoiding Ferg with Dak out. To be completely honest with you, I'd have done the same thing. Obviously, Gesicki didn't come through strong, but it is what it is. I dropped Amari for it. Never mind, I would not have done the same thing, which might have been a mistake because someone snagged him immediately. I asked you for advice weeks ago and traded Kraft and Connor for HN and ETN. Phenomenal move. I'm happy we did it. Any thoughts or any ads? Much love. Much love, my friend. And yeah, I would have definitely preferred starting Gesicki over Ferguson this week, given the injuries that you had to their respective offenses. But obviously, there's a big time difference if you were having to go through and if you were having to drop a really solid play like Amari Cooper. It makes it a lot less exciting. But anyway, we are currently 3rd in the league analyzer. It is an 8-team league where you start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So it's a league where wide receiver depth literally could not matter less, right? I mean, here you're in a spot where you are highly, highly incentivized to just build around the elite onesies at the very top and sell depth at the wide receiver position any chance that you get. So looking at this, we have the elite quarterback with Allen. You'll love to see it. Having a Mount Rushmore quarterback here is going to make a massive difference in any format, but especially a league in which the quarterback production matters so damn much. Going over to running back, HN, obviously a solid RB1. Kenneth Walker, I'd probably more so call him an RB2, considering the fact that this is an 8-team league in particular. We have Jacobs here as another solid RB2 in an 8-team league. We have Nick Chubb, Austin Eckler. So looking at where you're at with this running back room, you're completely fine, but obviously we'd expect that to be the case with most 8-team formats. Going over to what you have at wide receiver, you are currently sitting with 2 wide receiver ones with St. Brown, A.J. Brown. Now, obviously, the easiest deal for us to say to make is, oh, we're never going to start Ladd McConkey here. Let's go through and let's sell Ladd McConkey in a 2-for-1 deal with the tight end, and let's go get a tight end upgrade. But the reality of the situation is everybody in your 8-team format can say the same thing. They're never going to start Ladd McConkey either. So if you go ahead and if you send them that offer, they're probably going to laugh you out of the building. So instead, I think that you are probably in a spot where it still makes sense to sell the wide receiver depth to try to go get a better tight end here in this 8-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Having a top end tight end will make a pretty big difference. So for me, when we look to do that, I think what you probably have to do is you have to go for the tier higher wide receiver to sell to get some interest in it. Like if you could potentially take Jaden Reed as well as Sam Laporta and send them in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an elite level tight end, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Because there, you don't have to be in a spot where you're ever considering going through and dropping Amari again. And also, if you were to make that 2-for-1 trade where you send, say, the combo of Jaden Reed and Sam Laporta, you go get an elite tight end like George Kittle, then at that point, you're able to turn around and you're able to just open up 3 roster spots. Because you'll open up the spot from trading away the receiver. You can drop Ferguson and Mike Gesicki as well. So you'd have 3 roster spots where you could just go to the waiver wire and pick up guys like Jonathan Brooks, Travis Etienne, Raheem Mostert, that right now at this time, they look like they're probably not making a difference. But if their respective situations were to change, then all of a sudden you could see them holding on to some value here. So that's what I would be looking to do personally, is go pay up for the elite level tight ends. Obviously, you can try doing so by deciding to send buy Tank Dell or Ladd McConkey with Sam Laporta to go get that tight end. But the reality is, in an 8-team format, I would imagine that nobody is going to be willing to go out there and make that trade with you. So instead, more likely than not, you are probably going to go ahead. You're probably going to be selling A.J. Brown. I'm sorry, not A.J. Brown. I apologize. Jaden Reed, and rolling with just A.J. Brown and Amon-Ra St. Brown through their with them through their buys easily at wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 rest of season. So that's what I'd be looking to do. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Again, thank you so much, my friend, for taking advantage of that free Underdog team review. I really do appreciate it. But let's move this over to our next question coming out from Chicken Tindy. It says, start 2 PPR. Harrison, Pickens, or risk it with Waddle. So if you told me, Mason, I know that Tyreek is 100% good to go, I would at that point want to play Harrison and Pickens. And if you told me, Mason, I know 100% Tyreek Hill's not playing, well, then at that point, I would want to go ahead and I would want to be playing Waddle and Harrison. I'm sorry, Waddle and Pickens and benching Harrison. So it is a little bit of an awkward spot where you are just kind of left guessing at this point with Tyreek Hill, who's the game time decision. With how bad Waddle's been, I think you can play it safe, though. I think you can just go ahead. I think you can take Harrison, Pickens. If Tyreek's ruled out by the time you need to make this call, I would pivot over and instead run with Waddle over Harrison, with Harrison having a horrible matchup. Now, John coming out with our next question. Appreciate you, my guys. Says start 1 full PBR. Rico, Etienne, Wandale. Disgusting. And then Cousins or Darnold. Darnold, great matchup defensively. My issue is with the Jags not having Lawrence, is there any incentive whatsoever for them to push this game? Is there any shot that this turns into a shootout? I would imagine no. I'd imagine that there is no chance of that happening. I would probably just play Cousins and play it safe with the quarterback that has been so strong with the passing touchdowns over the past month. And then looking at what we have with Rico, Etienne, and Wandale. Obviously, Rico crushed last week. I'm expecting some serious regression given how bad this offense should be. But I still think you probably go ahead and you probably just take Rico Dowdle. Like Wandale Robinson, I know it's a good matchup. You're the wide receiver too with bad quarterback play. Travis Etienne, you're in a garbage offense. You weren't viable in the first place. It'd be different if Etienne was in some elite offense, right? Then at that point, I think it'd be easy to get away from Dowdle. But that's just not the case here. Now, let's move this over to our next question. Coming out from Dave. Appreciate you, my guy. Says Mason, sitting at 7-2, but wondering about the Tyreek situation. Who to pivot to in case he's out? Should I even bother with Whittington? So, obviously, if Tyreek gets ruled out Monday night, you're going to be limited with options. We're going to assume that, obviously, the top two Rams receivers are already on rosters. We're going to assume that Waddle's already on a roster. I think you'd be very surprised if he wasn't. So, in my mind, I think the best potential pivots will actually be DeMarcus Robinson 1. And then I obviously have no interest in Odell. But to be honest, I probably would have more interest in Odell than I would Jordan Whittington. Now, Hook'em Horns, of course, but the thing with that is Whittington at best is the number 4 in Los Angeles, where we know he's behind Puka. We know he's behind Kupp. You know he's behind DeMarcus Robinson at this point. So, yeah, I think you roll the dice with Tyreek Hill here for sure, because your other option would presumably be Xavier Legette. And I think there's a bigger gap between Xavier Legette and Tyreek Hill versus the gap that you would see between, say, Legette and DeMarcus Robinson, if that makes sense. So I'd rather roll the dice that Tyreek is good to go. And seeing if there's anything else we can pivot. Yeah, running back, we have to play freaking Bucky Irving, which sucks. But I think we're probably leaving this as is. And if you wanted to set yourself up with a backup option, we would drop Adam Thielen and we would probably pick up DeMarcus Robinson. And then if Robinson isn't viable, if you really wanted to go Whittington, you could, but just not something I would prefer, to be honest. But let me go ahead and move this over. Let me answer the start set questions and the super questions and the trade question before we get to the other roster review, just because obviously I want to make sure we get this before the game starts. But D Stocks coming out and says, need wide receiver help. We're down big to start. We're down to Burrow. Here, real quick, the dog's going to run out of this room. Okay, but sorry about that. So here we're down big because we went up against Burrow. We are chasing upside. In my mind, that will be with Amari Cooper, assuming that he is good to go. One, naturally with Amari being to enough practices at this point with Buffalo, I would have already expected him to start emerging as the number one option here with this Bills wide receiver room. But now I think that you just get a little bit of more safety with that, considering the fact that you have no Keon Coleman this week. It's not a horrible matchup going up against the Colts. So I think I would just go ahead and run with Amari. Now, Evan coming out with our next question says, hey, Manny, hey, Mason. I combine Mason and Danny. Danny is going to be Danny mad post week 10. Love it. And let me send this over to my guy. Make sure he knows what's up. Really do appreciate you and excited to check this out. I think it's kind of easily Breece Hall for me. Let me just confirm. The league settings maybe make it a little bit tougher, where it's a 12-team format in which you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, so the depth does matter a bit. Running back, we would have Mixon, Barkley, and then Breece in a flex. Wide receiver, we would have Pickens, Waddle, Ridley, Pittman. So definitely it puts us in a compromising position at wide receiver. But from a raw value perspective, I think you probably need to go ahead and take the Breece Hall side. And then we can just hopefully backfill with wide receiver production off the waiver wire. But obviously much easier said than done with that. Now, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit the like button. I mean, we live stream every single day. Have not missed a single day all season. Didn't miss a single day in the 2023 season, the 2022 season, the 2021 season, or the 2020 season. But Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you were ever going to hit that like button, I would kindly ask that you do it now. And yeah, of course, thank you so much. But let's move this over to our next question coming out from Mr. Filthy Wubs. It says, start sit here. Where wide receiver, we're looking at Tyreek, London. So we can go with the easy starts here. You for sure play London. You for sure play Puka. Your team's good enough where you have a lot of flexibility. I'm going to assume that you didn't play Chase Brown, with Chase Brown being on our bench. Obviously, if we had a time machine, we want to go back and play Brown. But here in this last slot, I think you can just play one of Tyreek or Nico. It's nice that you have both of them because obviously if Nico's not good to go, you can pivot over to Tyreek. If Nico's good, you can just play Nico Collins. But yeah, I think you for sure play the safe options here with Puka Nacua and Drake London to give ourselves a little bit of flexibility going later into the night. Now, Aunt MJ coming out with our next question says, Happy BR, start Waddle or Brian Thomas Jr. this week. So if you told me, Mason, I know 100% Tyreek Hill is not playing, I'd rather have Waddle over Thomas this week. Now, the thing is, we just don't have that clarity with Tyreek Hill. So it does put you in a little bit of a tough situation. I would probably just take Brian Thomas Jr. Can I see what the underdog projection is with Thomas? So obviously, expectations should be lower at 47.5 receiving yards, which would be higher than Waddle if Tyreek does play. Yeah, Thomas is not an exciting start by any means. They have Waddle higher, lower 5 targets, though. I think this means you should expect Tyreek's going to be good to go. Because obviously, if Tyreek were to miss, then at that point, Waddle higher than 5 targets is an absolute smash. So if we're expecting that Tyreek probably is good to go, by no means is it a guarantee, but I think I would just go ahead and I think I would take Brian Thomas Jr. as well. You're going to have bad quarterback play. It's also going to be a spot in which the Vikings have allowed a ton of points to opposing wide receivers so far this season. And at the same time, you could make an argument that they're going to be throwing the ball a ton in the second half, given the fact that the Vikings should have a pretty easy lead here. Now, Lou Poppy coming out with our next question. Here, quarterback, we are going to go with Purdy over Goff. Really strong matchup for Purdy. It's about the best matchup that you could ask for, to be honest. Going down to the flex, we are really choosing between Jennings and Leggett. For me, I would go ahead. I would take Jawan Jennings. If you're looking at Leggett, obviously, there is some risk that you have with the fact that this is the London game. Not the London game. This is the Germany game. This is a garbage offense to begin with. Bryce Young is starting. With Jennings, you get a good offense. We know we don't have Ayuk. There is the outside chance, though, and it's a good matchup, but there is the outside chance that Ricky Pearsall is ahead of him. Just a small possibility. Okay, so let's go ahead, refresh this, see if we have anything else coming in. Ryan says, pick one, Chuba, Pollard, Ramondre, Shakir, and Nico Collins. So if we knew Nico was going to go, obviously we would play Nico Collins here. Issue is with them being the game time decision and we don't have any of these late options to pivot. If you had another option that we could run with just in case Nico Collins doesn't play, obviously I would want to go Nico. But if you're telling me, Mason, Nico doesn't play, then all of a sudden I'm having to play freaking Xavier Hutchinson. Then at that point, I think you just take Chuba Hubbard. You have no Jonathan Brooks, sadly, this week. So it looks like Hubbard is just set up for a 3-down workload yet again, even if it is a garbage offense. And let's move this over. And let me see, what is the pick that you have on Underdog with Hubbard this week? So obviously, I'd assume that they have Hubbard extremely high now that you have no Brooks. They have Bryce Young, higher, lower, 183.5 passing yards. So yeah, passing volume should be very low. They have Hubbard, higher, lower, 89.5 total yards. So Hubbard is an absolute must-start play this week, of course. And they have Wandale down only at 36.5. So I know we had a Wandale question earlier in this stream, but short answer to it is, for the love of God, don't play Wandale. And they have Tracy at higher, lower, 90.5 total yards. But of course, if y'all wanted to check out any of these picks, you can over there on Underdog Fantasy. If you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll get a free CJ Stroud pick, more than less than half a total yard as well. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who should accredit with that free team review voucher. But let's move this back over. And I actually think we have a team review to get through real quick for Nick. Really appreciate you, my guy. Let me go ahead and hook you up with both a free trade question and a free start sit question as well, just in case there's anything that you want to follow up here. Says, hey Mason, let me know what you think about the team and if we should make any moves. It is a 6-point passing touchdown format, just so you know. I traded for Tyreek and Dobbins a few weeks back. So hopefully Tyreek is good to go. We are at the 6th team in the league analyzer. The top 7 teams are pretty damn close here. Obviously, it's just the bottom 3 teams look like they are in a world of pain, and the bottom 3 teams have no shot to really do anything this season. Here, looking at our roster in particular, it is a spot where I really do think we should go and get an upgrade at quarterback if we can. Because if we're looking at Kyler Murray is a QB that you're okay with in an environment in which it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, where really the only thing that matters is rushing upside. But here instead, in a 6-point passing touchdown format, where the passing volume is going to make a difference as well, I think it'd be a lot tougher to be excited about Kyler, especially in a 10-team league. So if we could upgrade over Kyler Murray, 100% I would want to. Going over to what you have with running back, we are currently sitting with Alvin Kamara, James Cook, J.K. Dobbins. So we have 3 running backs that we can start every single week. No hesitation here whatsoever. I think you're in a great spot at running back. I don't think that there's too much to discuss here. Wide receiver, we have the elite option with Tyreek. I would say for this week, I don't know how we would submit this lineup. You'd probably go Kamara, James Cook, Dobbins at 2 running backs and a flex. We'd probably go Wilson, Harrison, locked and loaded to 2 wide receiver slots. And we probably would plan on Tyreek in that last slot there, right? And then if Tyreek's out, then at that point, you probably just cut to I understand that you do have the bye week in week 11 for Kyler, so I'll have to go pick up another quarterback, but shouldn't be an issue here. Looking at the waiver wire, you could always go get Cousins, Goff, Geno. There are a bunch of QBs available. But yeah, if Tyreek's not good to go, then at that point, you probably cut to and pick up a receiver like Demarcus Robinson for Monday night. And then tight end, we have Evan Ingram, Mark Andrews, which obviously Andrews had usage-wise the best week of his season this past week, but a lot of that had to do, of course, with the fact that you had no Isaiah Likely. So going into the future here, I think it's a spot where this team probably can't make any moves this morning. Obviously, the games are about to start. And at the same time, you are dealing with the Tyreek injury. But once we get confirmation that Tyreek Hill's essentially good to go, that Tyreek Hill is 100%, then at that point, I think you are able to go ahead and potentially move off of one of the depth receivers, such as Brian Thomas Jr., and see if we can package him with Kyler Murray to go get a significant upgrade at quarterback. Because again, with Kyler, I like him in a 4-point passing touchdown league because there you can just try to optimize around the rushing upside with the quarterbacks. But specifically in a 6-point passing touchdown format where we're going to assume that the volume's not exactly there for Kyler Murray, it is a lot tougher to be excited about him. And then in terms of waiver wire pivots that you could potentially make, if it wasn't for freaking Jonathan Brooks being ruled out again, I would say let's go ahead and let's cut Quentin Johnston and let's go get Jonathan Brooks. But at this point, I'm completely fine if you say Mason. I have no interest in that. And I would like to get an upgrade at the tight end position if we can. I'm not a believer in Andrews going into the future. I think a lot of that production had to do with previously an unsustainable touchdown rate. And then afterwards, I think you were looking at it more so based off the usage that you had with Likely. And the fact that you had no Isaiah Likely obviously bumps up the routes for Andrews. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. I did hook you up with both the free start sit question as well as the free trade question. So just in case there was anything that I wasn't able to get for you, please don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. I'll be super happy to help you out in any way that I can. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And now the game's about to start in Germany. So please, if you can, stay in the live stream. I'm sure that y'all have multiple screens. And I'm going to actually pull this up on my laptop because if I do it on my computer, then OBS kind of spazzes on me. So let's see. Am I logged in on my laptop? Please, Lordy. Okay. I should be logged in. Come on, let me in. Okay. We good? We got the game going. And we actually, never mind. I'm an idiot. I was going to say we actually have something going in this game today, but I don't think so. Let me see if Danny has anything. I don't think Danny has anything either. And let me know in the live chat if you are rooting for anything in this game, if you have anybody playing. I'd imagine really the only people y'all can be starting obviously are, actually no, Danny has Neighbors. So here's what I need. We need a dud Neighbors game. He has Neighbors and Tracy. This is a big game for your boy here. He has Tracy and Neighbors. I don't have anybody. So we want a low-scoring contest. I'm fine with the Panthers running it up, but we want nothing from the Giants. Nothing from the Giants. But anyway, let me go ahead and let me get into our next question coming up from Riley. Really appreciate you. Let me hook you up with a free start sit question. That way next time you send one in, it is on the house. My friend says, okay, sitting at 6-3, bench is looking like JSN, Russ, Charbonnet, Bucky, Shakir, Downs. Thinking of Downs over Dobbins. What are your opinion in the 12-team format? So I definitely think that you do lower expectations here with Dobbins just a bit, with Gus Edwards being good to go. I think Edwards all of a sudden does take some work here. But with that being said, it's not enough. Dear God, Bryce Young gets annihilated. It's not enough to pivot off of Dobbins right away for somebody like Josh Downs, at least in my mind. Mr. Filthy Wubs going with Hubbard. Okay, good to know, my guy. Good to know. But looking at Dobbins, you still have the usage as a receiver. It's still a phenomenal matchup going up against Tennessee, because they are about 7-point favorites here, so they should be able to run the ball over and over and over again. So I would probably leave this as is. It's a phenomenal team, of course. And honestly, it's a team where you could probably afford to go out there and upgrade the quarterback position as well. Now, Swift Smith coming out with our next question says, curious on how you would set this lineup. Thanks, bro. Thank you. I would go Bijan, Mixon at running back. Wide receiver. Dear God, wide receivers are garbage. Probably Rome, Addison, and Ricky Pearsall. And for the flex, McCaffrey. We definitely need to trade one of our depth running backs for a receiver, though. Mr. Filthy Wub says he ended up going with Hubbard in this question here. Well, we're going to go Amari over Harrison. And we ended up going Hubbard. I would have done the same thing. I think you go Hubbard and James Cook. I think you take the running backs with the guaranteed touches. Now, David coming out with our next question. Says, I'm the number one team. Is it worth it for the playoffs? Check the roster. Honestly, I don't need to. In my mind, I think if you are looking at Olave, this is a player that obviously he's going to miss weeks 10, 11, then he has the bye week in week 12. So he's going to miss weeks 13, 14. So at the very earliest, you get Olave back in week 15. So I think I would rather have JSN and Roman Dunze, to be honest with you. Now, Alon's coming out with our next question. Here we need to start sit. Wide receiver, we are going to go ahead and we probably... Dear God, this sucks. No, I think you got to roll the dice on Tyreek. I think you go Hopkins and Tyreek. Obviously, it's a bad matchup for Hopkins. If you are looking at Tyreek Hill, this is a receiver that is a game-time decision for Monday night. So hopefully we get some additional news this morning, but obviously it's not looking great on that front right this second. But let me go ahead and stretch a bit because your boy, his back is hurting. Okay. Again, I'm essentially a massive Carolina Panthers fan today. We are playing against Malik Neighbors and playing against Tyrone Tracy. So I'm hoping, if it isn't for the Panthers just shutting down the Giants here, which is plan A, plan B is, come on, let's get some Wan'Dale Robinson action. But Nick Sava coming out with a massive dono. Thank you, my friend. Really appreciate you. Let me hook you up with a free start sit question. Says, hey, Mason, I have the team review Thank you for that. So start Kyler this week, even with the Jets, and drop Tua for a Tyreek Hill replacement on Monday. For me, Robley. Because the thing, if you're looking at the... God, Neighbors was open, but he just missed them. But if you're looking at what you have with Kyler, Kyler, it's a tough matchup, of course, but it's not like you're ever playing him because you think he's going to have real life success, where you think you're going to end up seeing a bunch of passing volume, passing touchdowns. You're just playing him hoping, oh, okay, can he be an average passer and give us 50 rushing yards? Which, that's still very much in the range of outcomes here. If you're looking at what you have with the matchup against the Jets. So I'd still go Kyler. And then, yeah, if you had Tua to play around with, Tyreek to play around with, you could drop Tua and pick up the option just in case Tyreek isn't good to go. But let me make sure you have a free start sit question here, my friend. Okay, we already did. Good. Just double checking. But JD Skinner coming out with our next question. Here, down in the flex, we are looking at Tyreek, Pollard really as our main two pieces. If it was my team, I would roll the dice with Tyreek Hill, and I would just be looking at a potential backup option like Demarcus Robinson if Tyreek doesn't play. The thing with Pollard is, more likely than not, Spears is going to be playing this game. So we should expect that the usage with Pollard comes down slightly as a passer. And current sportsbook projections have the Titans as the worst offense in the NFL. So I would roll the dice with Tyreek myself. But let me refresh this. And let me get the dog in here. She was barking. Miley, come on, girlie. I know. No, you don't get to go under that desk. You can go under this desk. I know I missed you. Okay. Let me move this over, and Fight Me says, Mason, thanks for doing the Flock League videos series this year. It's hilarious. Absolutely top tier content. Thank you, my friend. And to be honest with you, it's a fantasy football league that I care more about than any league I've cared about in over a decade. So it's been a ton of fun for me as well, because typically I obviously have so many fantasy football teams, and there isn't one that really stands out from the rest that goes, oh, okay, I'm rooting for this. So I feel like over the past 10 years or so, I've kind of washed away a lot of like the most exciting things about fantasy football for how I play myself, and getting back to like, okay, here's the main league I care about, has made things just a lot more fun and enjoyable, to be honest. Okay. Let's move this down. Garrett says Amari is still questionable. I'm assuming that Amari is going to play myself. I could be wrong, but Amari was at practice last week. He was at practice this week. You have no key on. I'd imagine they are incentivized to get Amari in here. So I'm kind of assuming that Amari will be good to go at this point, but I could be wrong. Oh, let me close this door. Okay. And also, great Giants drive, ending with nothing for Neighbors, nothing for Tracy. Exactly what we needed. And also, I have a ton of Xavier Legette in underdog drafts. So it wouldn't necessarily help my main league, but would still love a big Legette game. And obviously, getting us that reception is pretty big. Okay. Anthony says, is Brian Thomas Jr. a dud rest of season, Mason? We updated the rankings earlier in the week, immediately when you had the Lawrence news, where we put Brian Thomas Jr. pretty low here, where we had moved him down to a low-end wide receiver 2. Once we get official confirmation that Lawrence is done for the year, I would probably move Brian Thomas Jr. to about wide receiver 27 as a high-end wide receiver 3. As obviously, again, I mean, we talked about it all offseason, and the data stands by it, that wide receivers in garbage offenses will have a very difficult time producing in fantasy. So you get the big Hubbard rush. Let's see what else can happen. Hubbard 1st and 10. I would love Leggett to go off strong. Like the 2 rookie receivers that I drafted consistently just because they were so damn cheap in underdog drafts. I took a lot of Leggett and I took a lot of Ricky Pearsall. And both are kind of setting up really nicely here for what their cost was. Obviously, I would guess Leggett has had some games with touchdowns, but neither's really done enough to move the needle so far this season. So if they were going to return on value, we need a couple strong weeks soon. But Leggett's looking strong so far. Okay. JS says, should we sit Tyreek for Devonta Smith just to be safe? Probably. I mean, the thing is with Smith, what's like the worst case scenario here? Like, how bad can it really be for you? Okay, Chuba picks up the first down, gets a ton. Oh, makes a man miss. Great move with Chuba to get them inside the 5. Looking like a man worth $33 million. Yeah, Leggett putting in some work as well. And obviously, if you have not done so already, please hit that like button. I'm assuming everybody here is already subscribed, but Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important live streams for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like, I'd ask that you do it now. Hayden says, should have started Leggett over Harrison. How many points does Leggett have so far this? 5? Off the top of my head, I'm assuming. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Is that Miles Sanders on the field or no? Yeah, Leggett sent with 4.9 points. Pretty close. Pretty close. Or 0.1 off. Who was that? It was Jalen Coker. Honestly, thank God, because obviously we've thrown dirt on the name of Jalen Coker. So the last thing we need is him coming through and taking all the points from Leggett. UJ says, just got a sleeper notification saying CMC is getting 20 touches. Somebody says CMC expected to have 20 touches today. Yeah, I mean, obviously CMC is a must-start player regardless. I don't know how valid that report is, to be honest. Who was that? Is that Jatavion Sanders again? Yeah, Jatavion Sanders getting in with the touchdown. Dear God. Hook 'em horns. Hook 'em horns, of course. Really wasn't expecting Jatavion Sanders to do anything. Sanders was my favorite tight end in this draft class. Wasn't a super unique take by any means. Most people in Dynasty had Sanders as their tight end 1 as well. Obviously, then he falls to round 4 of the NFL draft. You go to the Carolina Panthers. And like, oh, okay, well, maybe that's a little bit less exciting. Maybe Sanders has no hope to do anything here. But No, it's not Miles Sanders, Ja'Tavion Sanders. He's a rookie tight end out of Texas, went round 4 to the Panthers. He's actually been pretty good as of late. Considering how bad this offense is, Ja'Tavion Sanders has been scoring points really over the past 3-4 weeks now. And yeah, Bryce looked pretty good that drive. Now, of course, it's one drive of football, so are we going to sit here and overreact? Probably not. And also, it's a Germany game, right? There's always a lot of uncertainty when you have both teams having to travel this much, play in a completely different time zone. So, don't want to be extrapolating too much from this game in terms of Bryce Young's quarterback play. Like if Daniel Jones came out here and Daniel Jones threw 4 passing touchdowns, my opinion of Daniel Jones probably doesn't really change. I think we can say the same thing about Bryce Young, to be honest. Okay, I forgot about Bowers in the class. I'm sorry. Obviously, Bowers is in a completely different tier. Obviously, Bowers was tight end 1 for absolutely everybody, including myself, coming into the season. When I said Ja'Tavion Sanders was tight end 1, I was more so comparing him to the guys like Ben Sinnott. Obviously, Bowers in a completely different class. I apologize for misspeaking. XPC, Danny has both Tracy and Neighbors playing right now. So what I am rooting for is I'm rooting for the Giants offense to absolutely implode. Obviously, it's a scary situation where they are going up against the Panthers. So it is a really good matchup for them, where you'd imagine that they can have some success here. Okay. Twinny says, don't you have Chase? You literally won. Yes, the thing is, our league is if you played in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format and you get that 55-point performance, it's almost impossible for your opponent to catch up. Our league, you do have multiple flex spots, so it's not impossible to get the Jamar Chase performance and still drop the week. And also, there is a little bit of pressure on, right? Because we get the Jamar Chase blow up. And what happens if we end up losing? Then at that point, we are just absolutely screwed. You know how embarrassing it would be? Do you have any idea how much I would be made fun of? Any idea? It would be an absolute disaster. Dylan says, I have Devontae Adams and Nico. Who should we start? Should we play Adams and play it safe? If we don't get any additional news about Nico Collins by the time you have to make that decision, I would just go ahead and I'd play Devontae Adams in a really good matchup. I would play it safe. I was Singletary. Oh, that would have been so good for me playing against Tracy and Neighbors. If Singletary busted that out and had an 80-yard rushing touchdown. Oh, that would have been beautiful. Who was that, Wandale? God, this is perfect. So far, we are about 10 minutes into this game, and you have 0.2 points for the combo of Tyrone Tracy and Malik Neighbors. This is exactly what we're looking for. This could not be better. Yeah, we can't jinx ourselves. I know. Here's what, if y'all haven't realized by now, these live streams are just my addition to my audition to be the next Fox Sports commentator. Like, I think everybody here realizes that my career path at this point is very easily, and I don't think anybody would disagree with this, is I will be in the booth probably 3 years from now calling games besides Tom Brady. Would anybody disagree with that? I've already talked to Fox. They're just waiting for us to officially go to Turkey and get the new hair. And when we get the new hair, your boy will be off YouTube and he'll finally be on TV. Okay. Now, let's see. Here's my addition. 3rd and 8. Number 13 runs across the line. I believe that maybe is Jalen Hyatt. Daniel Jones throws it to Wan'Dale Robinson. The Panthers defense, one of the best defenses in the league, shut his ass down. And we get another drive with 0 points to Malik Neighbors or Tyrone Tracy, just giving us a better and better shots to win this matchup. Literally perfect. Perfect. Danny coming out here thinking he can throw Nico Collins into his starting lineup. Who do you think you are, buddy? Who do you think you are? And one of my sneaky pickups this week is we got the Bears defense. People thought we were going with Cardinals. Freaking kidding me? I just knew we didn't want to play the Ravens against the Bengals. So we dropped the Ravens defense to pick up the Cardinals as a placeholder with the plan to go with the Bears DST this week. I had to put in a waiver wire bid for it. Got it. And we also picked up the Texans defense as a sneaky play, not for this week, as obviously this week it sucks going up against Detroit. But if you look at the Texans' schedule over the next 3 weeks, we get to go up against Dallas with no Dak, Tennessee, and then Jacksonville with no Lawrence, presumably. So after this week, we'll probably drop the Bears. As after the New England matchup, then they have to play Green Bay, Minnesota, Detroit, San Fran, Minnesota, Detroit. No interest in that schedule. So drop the Bears and we'll be rolling with Houston. But let me move this over and see if we've had any more questions over there on the site real quick. We have Riley coming out with a free team review. Definitely just looked at something for Riley. Maybe it was a start set, says. So clearly decent team, looking to improve my quarterback. I feel like I have the right pieces to trade for a solid quarterback. Just focus in on the little things. Any advice is great. Thanks for what you're doing, brother. I mean, just look at the team. It's been all you've taught me. Appreciate you, my guy. And yeah, looking at the team, you can tell immediately that we are the number one team in the league analyzer. So we should be in a really comfortable position here. And we're the number one team in the league analyzer by a decent little margin here as well. So not much that we need to discuss, to be honest, in terms of the strategy with this league, in particular with the settings. It is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So having an elite quarterback will definitely make a difference. But also it's a 12-team league, so it's not like there are just phenomenal options sitting out there on the waiver wire at any position. Now, starting off what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Tua and Russell Wilson. So when we have Tua and Russ, these are two quarterbacks that you're just kind of playing the matchups between going into the future. Are we super excited about it? For sure not. If we could go ahead, if we could upgrade, it's by far and away the number one thing to do in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, looking at this roster. Looking at what we have at running back, we have 2 extremely strong options with Achane and McCaffrey. Not much to discuss here. We have Dobbins as an every week play as well. Potentially with Dobbins, you do have him slowing down just a bit if we are getting Gus Edwards back in. CMC and Achane are both respectively through their bye weeks as well. So I do think this makes Dobbins probably an expendable piece. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have Jamar Chase. So we are destined to be 7-3 with this team. This team's too strong not to be 7-3. We have London, Downs, JSN, Shakir, Leggett. So we have plenty of wide receiver depth as well. The issue, of course, is when we look at this, realistically speaking, are we going to be able to get a ton of value for going through and trading away, say, Jackson Smith and Jigba? Like, could we get to an elite quarterback selling JSN? I don't know if we could. We definitely would. Yes, Rob says Jalen Coker out here outscoring my Tracy and neighbors. Yes, Jalen Coker with the big snag. And this is what we need. It's what we need. But anyway, going to tight end, we have Cade Otton. So Otton is a very unique play in that obviously he looks to be an elite tight end right at this second. But the thing is, in the long term, are we expecting that to be the case in weeks 15, 16, 17, if you have Mike Evans back in? Do we see the target share slide for Cade Otton just a bit in this offense? I would assume yes. I would assume he's still an every week starter at tight end, and I'd assume that he's still a tight end 1, but probably lowered expectations with Evans. So there are a couple different things that I think you do with this team, specifically with it being a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. I agree, going ahead and getting the elite QB would be really nice if we could. And honestly, I think you could make a little bit of a pivot here as well at the tight end position, considering the fact that you are really just looking for upside in weeks 15 through 17 for the fantasy football playoffs anyway. So if you wanted to potentially go ahead and see if you could sell one of the wide receiver depth pieces, maybe the Panthers keep cruising in this game and you could sell Leggett and Cade Otton to get to a big 4 tight ends, to get to McBride, to get to Kelsey, to get to Kittle, to get to Bowers, or sell Khalil Shakir and Cade Otton to go get that done. I think that would be a very strong move. In terms of getting the elite level quarterback, I think you're probably in a spot in which you're going to need to go ahead and you're going to need to give up Dobbins. Not that we want to, but I would just imagine that probably it's going to be difficult. Maybe actually a wide receiver move could make it happen. Because we look at this team has both the combo of Jalen Hurts as well as Jaden Daniels. Is there a world in which we can send them Josh Downs, Khalil Shakir, and Tua? Or Josh Downs, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and Tua to go get to Jaden Daniels? Or Josh Downs, JSN, Bucky Irving to go get Jaden Daniels and give them that quality depth and some startable wide receivers? If you could, I definitely think you would. Obviously, much easier said than done. I think you'd be getting them at a discount, but at the same time, it's a league that has both Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels, so maybe they're willing to give one up. Going over to this other team that has Lamar and Kyler, right now their running back 2 is Keaton Mitchell. Is there a world in which we can send them J.K. Dobbins, Tua, and Khalil Shakir and go get Lamar? If so, we would definitely love to make that move as well. And then again, I think a smaller deal could be sending someone like Shakir and Otten to go get a top 4 tight end as well, knowing that while Otten is elite right this second, and he should be good rest of season as well, and maybe he does slide backwards just a tiny bit as you get Evans back into this offense. So I think that's what I would be looking at myself, my friend, but really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, congrats on having the #1 team. Thank you for taking advantage of that free Underdog team review, of course. And I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Now moving this over to our next question from FT. Says, I'm 4-5. Let me know who to start. The opponent had Lamar. So obviously tough going up against the Lamar team. I think it's very easy here, to be honest. I think you just take the 3-down running back with DeAndre Swift. If you're looking at Swift, this is an RB that is a 7-point favorite over the New England Patriots. We should expect that we probably get the Chicago Bears able to run the ball in the second half. While Swift isn't technically used on 3rd downs, at the same time, you do have still targets on 1st and 2nd down consistently going over to Swift with his receiving skill set. So it'd be different maybe if Trevor Lawrence was 100% and he was going to be playing here with Brian Thomas Jr. But with no Lawrence, I think it's a lot tougher. Now let's move this over to our next question coming out from Huffman Jared. This is a trade. 8-1 with Tua, Agent, Hall, Lamb, Amon-Ra, Cup, Worthy. So giving up Daniels puts us in a pretty compromising spot, but here we can view this as we're upgrading from Mixon to Derrick Henry. We're downgrading from Kenneth Walker to DJ Moore, and we're downgrading from Jaden Daniels to Tua. I think that you are really overpaying here. I think that the Daniels, Walker, Mixon side's kind of the clear winner in my mind. If you wanted to go ahead and make a move like this, maybe that trade looks like we keep Daniels, they keep Stroud. If you really wanted to go out there and get that upgrade to Derrick Henry, this would at least be a little better. But still, I mean, the gap between Mixon and Henry at this point doesn't look massive, to be honest. Now, Unix coming out with our next question. It says 3-6. Should we do this trade? I have Adams and CD. 3-6. We are thinking about points in this lineup right this second. We have plenty of running back production. So, yes, we're going to go ahead. We are going to get Amon-Ra St. Brown. In my mind, there is still a very clear upgrade that you have pivoting from Terry to St. Brown. And at the same time with Pollard, you're in a garbage offense. Not only are you in a garbage offense, but you actually could potentially see a step backwards with the volume. With Spears coming back in, especially the volume as a receiver. So for me, I think I'd rather just get the upgrade with St. Brown. Now, PM Subnan, I'm sorry, I didn't pronounce this correctly. I'm an idiot. My friend says, I have Tyreek and DJ Moore. Who should I play? Do we take the chance on Tyreek? Have you heard news? So I'll try to find anything new. If DJ Moore was my other option, for me personally, I would roll the dice on Tyreek Hill. Obviously, it is difficult to know exactly what we should be doing. But looking at this, I don't see anything other than Tyreek Hill is still a game time decision. Now, obviously, with that being said, a limited Tyreek Hill should still be better than what you get with a fully healthy DJ Moore. So I think a lot of it would be who could you potentially pivot off to if need be. Like if you could potentially go over to Demarcus Robinson, or obviously if you could go over to Jalen Waddle if Tyreek weren't to play, then I think you plan on Tyreek. But if it was like a dynasty format where you would literally have 0 players that you could put into your starting lineup, then at that point, it would probably be a lot tougher. To go ahead and to play Tyreek over DJ Moore. Adam, if you're having any issues, we just pushed out an update. Would you mind sending them in the the site issues section of the Discord to let the developers know what is happening? Because if you're having an issue, I'm sure somebody else is as well. So it'd be great if you could send a message in the site issue section of the Discord for me, which the link to the Discord is in the description of this. But yeah, anyway, long story short, Tyreek Hill is a game time decision at the moment. If you have a viable option you can pivot to if need be, I'd play Tyreek over DJ Moore. And if it was a dynasty league where you literally have nobody else you can go with, I think we just play DJ Moore. Now, next question coming out from Cena James. This is a dynasty league, so we should have a bunch of different players to sort through. Nico being the game time decision, I would just honestly play it safe, and I would just take CeeDee Lamb. Obviously, we have dramatically lowered expectations with Lamb. With no Dak, but I still think you run with them. And I think we are going to go ahead. We're going to take Kareem Hunt in the flex here as well. And just a recommendation for your Dynasty League is I would definitely see if we could add another flex or two next year as well. Yeah, but if you have guys like Lamb, Kareem Hunt, I don't think you have to roll the dice with Nico's a game time decision still for tonight. 20 says, please help me sort through the mid of my flex spot. Well, always happy to see you, my guy. If y'all don't know, 20's been with us forever now. And honestly, I think it's kind of an easy situation here to just go ahead and get Austin Eckler in, given the fact that you have no Brian Robinson. Obviously, am I super excited for this? Obviously, he's not going to be seeing 20 plus touches this week, but he should have some usage as a receiver. And at the same time, you should have some usage inside the red zone. So I think you are completely fine to just go ahead and play Eckler this week. And then hopefully we get back Evans in week 12. Let's CJ Hewitt coming through with our next question. Here, wide receiver. Oh, this is a tough spot. You probably have to go Tyreek Collins, right? I think we roll the dice with Tyreek, Nico, Amari here at receiver. Down in the flex, I mean, running backs are an easy call. We're going to go James Conner, possibly with Edwards playing. We have no David Njoku, so you have to play Taysom this week. So between Tyreek, Nico, Amari, one thing that you could do as well is if you are very much concerned with Tyreek and Nico being game time decisions, you could play Harrison and reserve one spot for Nico or Tyreek. Because obviously if we reserve one spot for them, then you essentially get double the odds that you at least have somebody playable here. And if Nico's good to go tonight, you play Nico. And if he's not, then we pivot over to Tyreek for tomorrow night. So I think that's definitely the safe way to play things. But hopefully we get some news over the next few hours, positive in either the direction of Nico or Tyreek. That way we can just possibly plan on playing both of them. But next question coming out from Adam. Here it's a start set. Running back, CMC is the very easy play. Wide receiver, we're going to go to Devonta Smith. And then for the flex, we are going to go ahead. We're going to take David Montgomery. So very little hesitation with this. I mean, CMC and Montgomery are both effectively just auto starts here, to be honest. And then I think it's tough to play Harrison based off matchup. And I think it's tough to play Brian Thomas with this quarterback. And field goal is no good. Things are looking good right now. Obviously, your boy, I know we've said this 1,000 times, but we're going up against both Tracy and Neighbors. We're already into the second quarter. Panthers are now getting the ball. And Tracy and Neighbors have a total of 0 points collectively. Payne says, with Tyreek out, is Waddle a must start? Tyreek Hill's not out, but if Tyreek was ruled out, then yes, Waddle would be a must start. But not looking likely right now. Sachi says, Mason, how did Danny get Worthy? I believe he traded with a dev for Worthy, unless I'm mistaken. We can go ahead and look at this just in case you're not up to date with all the trades in the Flock League. The recent trades, Danny traded with Joe, got the Eagles defense, just paid a couple fab bucks. I traded with Sal, obviously, last Sunday. I gave him Lad McConkey, Javonte, Austin Eckler. I got back DK Metcalf, Najee Harris. Danny traded with Joe. He gave him Wan'Dale Robinson, Tyler Algier, and got Xavier Worthy. I know, is Joe playing Wan'Dale this week? As if so, that's definitely something that we need to be monitoring. Oh, there's the other matchup. Okay, we are big Wan'Dale Robinson fans this week as well. We really need Wan'Dale to do well. Obviously, we are rooting for Joe over Avery in this league. So, here's what's funny. I know everybody wants to go, oh my gosh, Mason, you talk about it, sports books, blah, 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 blah. If y'all remember the offenses that were projected to be the 5 worst offenses in the league coming into this season, according to Las Vegas sportsbooks. And we were avoiding their wide receivers the best that we could. And it was very easy to just look at this with implied team totals from sportsbook providers. It's nothing that was my opinion or not. All we did is looked at the historical data and listen to the best data providers in the world, which are sportsbooks, is the offenses that were projected to be the worst were the Panthers, the Titans, the Patriots, the Giants, and the Broncos. Sportsbooks were telling us those are going to be the 5 worst offenses in the NFL. And every time I brought that up, somebody went, well, Mason, don't you know the Panthers have a new coach? Or Mason, well, don't you know Malik Neighbors is going to make the Giants better? As if sportsbooks didn't have access to any of this information. And it looks like, yet again, sportsbooks nailed it. I want to say the 5 worst offenses in order are those 5 worst offenses. But we can say those are 5 very, very, very bad offenses. Dave, we don't know if Nico's playing at this point. Teresa says they forgot the Saints on that list. Teresa, do you remember how crazy it was back the first 2 weeks of the season when the Saints looked like the best team in the NFL? Like, let me go ahead and let's pull this up because it is funny to look at. Saints score. Let's go week by week here with the Saints. And let's just look at the outcomes. Week 1, the Saints win by 37. Week 2, the Saints win by 25. Week 3, the Saints lose by 3. Week 4, the Saints lose by 2. Week 5, the Saints lose by 13. Then the Saints lose by 24. The Saints lose by 23. The Saints lose by 16. The Saints lose by 1. It has been a massive, massive flip here for the Saints. Like probably one of the more unique seasons I've ever seen. Is that Jatavion Sanders injured? Or no, is that Miles Sanders? It's Miles Sanders. Oh, okay. So it looks like, I guess they have no other option but to get Jonathan Brooks in. What happened with Miles Sanders? I didn't see it. Was it? I know he's getting carted off. I'm watching the end result right now. But did it look like an ACL? Did it look like a non-contact? Oh, it was non-contact. He grabbed his left ankle. So could it have been an Achilles? Ankle. Someone landed on his ankle. Okay. So not exactly a non-contact. Someone landed on his ankle. So it looks like it's only Chuba Hubbard. And maybe we actually get Jonathan Brooks next week. Let's see. He got rolled on. Okay. Poop says check CMC news. I mean, last CMC news was what? He's expected to see 20-plus opportunities. So, I mean, nothing changes with McCaffrey. He's a must-start option before. McCaffrey's a must-start option after. So, really, there's nothing new here with CMC. At least last that I saw. I'll double check. Yeah, McCaffrey's to be quote-unquote a full force in week 10. Okay, so I changed my mind. McCaffrey is Going from a must-start option to a must-start option. Yeah, nothing's changed. But let's move this over. I think we have a few questions to get through on the site real quick. Young Stowe coming out with our next question. Here, this says, start sit. We're running back. Obviously, Bijan is the locked and loaded option. You have no Chubb, so it's either Etienne or Algier. I am going to go Etienne over Algier. It's damn close. It's not a super call by any stretch. I mean, it's not a super easy call by any stretch of the imagination. Going over to wide receiver, I think you probably plan on going with Terry, Hopkins. Down in the tight end, we go Pitts. Wide receiver, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Downs, and we will roll the dice with Nico Collins here. Obviously, it makes things difficult with Nico being the game time decision where we don't have the clarity for tonight. If we get any more information about Nico, which makes it seem less likely that he will be good to go, then maybe at that point, if you wanted to go ahead and pivot off to, say, George Pickens, I think I would prefer Pickens over what you have with Brian Thomas. At least that would be my personal preference. Wait, so is Wandale, they're offsetting. Is Wandale kicked out of the game, though? Wandale's not kicked out, is he? Oh, never mind. It wasn't even Wandale. No ejections. Okay, sounds good. Just a warning was given. And the warning didn't even go to Wandale Robinson. I'm being stupid. Okay, but let's move this over to our next question. It's going to be a team review. One of those free team reviews coming out from BEZG. Here, 1 second. I'm freaking starving. We have 2.5 hours, so I'm going to get a protein bar. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, your boy needed something to eat. But anyway, it's coming out from BZG. This is the Legion of Boom. We are the #1 team in the league analyzer. This is a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So wide receiver depth, not super important. Pulling up what we have here. Obviously, Baker has been an elite quarterback. The question is, can you expect that to be the case going into the future? Because obviously he's been elite, but when you have the Evans, Godwin injuries, things look a little bit tougher. It is a spot, though, where we may get Evans back 2 weeks from now after the bye week. So it's not the worst case scenario here with Baker. If we had a bunch of wide receivers with a lot of value, then we could go ahead and we could potentially look to pivot off. But currently, running back, we don't have depth here, right? We just have the studs, which is nice to see, but we have Barkley, Gibbs, so we have 2 running back ones we can start every single week. We have Jalen Warren as our running back 3, who's effectively just a handcuff back to Najee at this point. And going over to wide receiver, we have 3 wide receiver ones. We have Tyreek, Nico, and London. Now, obviously, this is a spot in which you could say, oh, okay, well, maybe DeAndre Hopkins is expendable. Maybe let's sell Hopkins and Baker Mayfield in a 2-for-1 deal and go get an elite quarterback, somebody that we can comfortably rely upon every single week. Now, the issue with that is if you're looking at what you have here with the injuries to Tyreek and Nico, I mean, Tyreek, Nico, and London all have nagging injuries. So you're in a spot in which actually having the additional wide receiver starter, such as DeAndre Hopkins, makes a big difference because Keon Coleman's injured as well. So really, you can't afford to sell wide receiver depth. Tight end, we have the elite tight end with Bowers. This is a phenomenal team. There's very little that we're going to be able to do here. But beyond that, we just have Gesicki, who's a fill-in this week, obviously for the Bowers bye. So really, there's not much that we can say in terms of trades. Trades, this team structurally is already set up exactly how you'd want it. Really, the only thing I think we could look to do is potentially waiver wire moves after the week. I think that we would probably, after the Bowers bye, drop Gesicki and go get the premium handcuff back, whether that's Herbert, Roshan, Benson, whoever you like. And then obviously, after the Baker bye, you could say the same, and we could look to drop Stafford there to go get another running back pickup. But in terms of So I think you sit still. After the week, we cut Stafford. After the week, we cut Gesicki. 2 weeks from now, we cut Stafford, and we have 2 additional running backs on this roster. But I wish I had more for you. Obviously, it's a phenomenal team. We're number 1 in the league analyzer. We are 6-3, and honestly should be better going into the future as well, given the guys that we're getting back from injury here. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out potentially in some way here. Now let's move this over to our next question. Coming out from C. Porter. Says, Herbert or pick up Kirk rest of season? I would rather have Cousins over Herbert. and then start Brian Thomas Jr. or Pickens. I'm going to go Pickens over Brian Thomas Jr. personally, knowing that you are in a spot where the passing volume should be a lot better in Pittsburgh. And obviously, Pickens should have really high market share numbers here as well. Maybe you'd assume long-term Mike Williams comes in and Mike Williams has a role. But that's not exactly a concern in the short term, of course. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Shady. This is a start-sit question, says, must-win week. How do we play this lineup? Wide receiver, we may not have another option. You have to play Nico and Tyreek. Your other options, Jennings, Ladd. Going down to the flex, we have no Walker. Yeah, you have no options. I don't know what else you could do here. You have to play Nico. You have to play Tyreek. You have to play Ladd. You have to play Jennings. Kenneth Walker is on bye. Jaden Reed's on bye. Cedric Tillman's on bye. Keon Coleman's going to miss. So your only other options to pivot to are Jalen Warren and TJ Hawkinson. So realistically speaking, I don't know what we could do here. So I think you're just leaving this as is. And hopefully we can pick up somebody that plays in the Sunday night or the Monday night games, just in case Tyreek doesn't play, just in case Nico doesn't play. So you could have a potential viable pivot. Now, Damien coming out with our next question says, currently 8-1, looking for a prayer on running back and Nico. So running back, Brooks obviously didn't play. Charbonnet is on bye. I think you go Braylon Allen. You maybe just monopolize all the touches that you have in the Jets backfield in a good matchup going up against the Cardinals. And then wide receiver, I would roll the dice on Nico Collins. Really our only other pivot option here, of course, would be Rome Odunze. But with that being said, I would rather take Nico and then pick up somebody else who plays in the Monday night or Sunday night games, just in case Nico isn't good to go. Okay. Now, let me see if we have any more questions on the site that we can get back to the live chat. Panthers 3 and out. Disappointing. But Riley out here again says, what you thinking here? Got this for Brown. I got this Bruin. I know with your team, we were saying that we wanted to go out there and we wanted to get the elite quarterback. And at the same time, getting an elite tight end would make a difference here as well. But there's just no world where you can trade away McCaffrey at this point. Like, if you held McCaffrey this far into the season just to send him his first week back, I don't know why we held him this long in the first place. So, yeah, this would give us the elite quarterback. This would give us the elite tight end. But I think the downgrade from CMC to James Conner is probably too much. Now let's move this over to our next question coming out from Guap. Jose says, Jalen Coker should be on your radar today, sir. After today, sir. I'm sorry, he shouldn't. Jalen Coker is still not interesting. I want to break the news to everybody here that Jalen Coker is still the wide receiver 2 in a bad offense where Adam Thielen's possibly going to be coming back in next week. So there's no world in which I'm excited about Jalen Coker, to be honest with you. Now, this starts at question from Guap. Wilson is the very easy start at wide receiver. You don't have to roll the dice there with Tyreek. And we're going to go Aaron Jones over Tyreek as well. Now, obviously, if you are looking at Tyreek if fully healthy, you could make a very strong argument that a fully healthy Tyreek is a better option than what you have with Aaron Jones or what you have with Garrett Wilson. But with him being a game time decision on Monday night, these other pieces very easily could project, see 15, 25 points. So I don't think you have to roll the dice with Tyreek there. But who's Ryan coming out with our next question? We need a flex. Tyreek Hill, obviously, would be the absolute no-brainer start if he is good to go. Our number 2 option would either be Rashad White or Rome Odunze. So to be honest with you, I would probably roll the dice with Tyreek Hill here for Monday night, unless we get additional news by the time you need to make this decision. But, I mean, you could go with Tyreek and then also just pick up the backup option, whether that's Demarcus Robinson, whether that's Odell, whoever it may be for that Monday night game. Now, AJ coming out with our next starts a question here. Wide receiver, we have no Reed this week. I think we go Waddle over Rome, especially now that you have the possibility of Tyreek missing on Monday night. And going down to the flex, I was hoping that we were going to have a running back, but we have no Josh Jacobs to play this week. So it's really either Rome, Ricky Pearsall, or Jameson Williams. I think we go ahead and we take Rome. Obviously, he had the big game this past week in terms of the receiving yardage. Now, still at the same time, you did have double-digit targets for Keenan. So am I super excited thinking that all of a sudden Rome is some must-start option every single week? Definitely not. He's still just a spike week play. But you could possibly see a better performance or two from Caleb down the road. Now, Booth Boom coming out with the next one says, which quarterback could we start? Matchups tough with Daniels. If you have Jaden Daniels, for the love of God, please play Jaden Daniels here. Obviously, Brock Purdy is in the much better matchup going up against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But still with the rushing upside that you're going to get from Daniels in comparison, I think it would be a very tough argument to go with Purdy over Daniels. I mean, we've seen the incredibly high floor-ceiling combo. And then looking at what you have over there for the options to get into the starting lineup, either wide receiver or running back, Ladd McConkey would probably be the best flex, and there's no way we can go ahead and play Ladd over down. So I think we leave this lineup as is. Outside of if you have Jaden Daniels, you want to go through and you want to play Jaden Daniels over Brock Purdy. Now let's refresh this. Next question coming out from 1238. Here this says start set. Quarterback, obviously, Allen, plug and play option. Garrett Wilson, and auto start here, especially in a great matchup going up against Arizona. Going over to our wide receiver 2. Here I would say that Brian Thomas is probably my favorite guy to vacuum. The issue is in the context of us not having Lawrence, and at the same time, you potentially seeing no Tua here either. I think you could make a pretty strong argument instead if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to take Jalen Waddle. Let's see what we have in the flex. The flex, we're going to have to go Waddle regardless. So, I mean, it doesn't do us any good to just sit here and argue back and forth. between Brian Thomas and Waddle because you are starting both of them in my mind. I think it'd be hard to get away from, to be honest. Let's mark that complete. And then I think that should be all the questions that we have on the site right now. So let's pivot this back over. Is that Tracy picking up a big play? What are the points up to at this point? Tracy, was he 2.4 points before that rush or after? No, Tracy up to 4.3 points off of 7 rush attempts. Looks like the Giants should just keep running the ball against this Panthers D. I mean, if Daniel Jones is kind of crap in the bed, why not just consistently give Tracy the option? Rob says, imagine running the ball versus the worst rush defense in the league. It is a very unique concept. It's a very bold play, right? If you're going to be going up against the worst rush defense in the entire NFL, and you decide that you want to run the ball, I mean, it's risky. And I understand being hesitant to do it. But still, probably a play that makes sense. Luke asking if we should start Jawan Jennings over Tyreek Hill. Obviously, it's very difficult for me to answer this question because we know Tyreek Hill that plays should be better than Jennings. We know Tyreek Hill that doesn't play should be worse. So it's a very binary outcome where if Tyreek plays, you look like an idiot. If Tyreek sits, you look like you made the right call. For me, I don't think Jennings is in the range yet where I would go ahead and I would just play Jennings over Tyreek and play it safe. I think for me, I would probably still prefer having Tyreek and picking up an option like Demarcus Robinson just in case he's not good to go. But Paper says, should we go Jared Goff over Rodgers? I would. And then should we go Bucky over ETN? I probably wouldn't there. Obviously, both running backs have uncertain workloads. Both running backs have bad matchups. I do think that you can make an argument that both running backs are kind of in comparable situations, but I want to be super excited to play Bucky Irving against the Niners. Okay. Curse says, do I start Bigsby or Ray Davis? At this point, you'd probably go Ray Davis. Then, I mean, both running backs are kind of in similar situations. I guess you say that Bigsby should have a higher percentage of his own. Actually, they're both in very different situations. What the hell am I saying? Where Bigsby should have more touches, but Ray Davis should be in the much better offense. So, I don't know, to be honest. I would definitely go Dowdle over Bucky. I mean, Dowdle will be in the worst offense, but he'll have a higher percentage of his backfield. Okay, let's see what happens here. Daniel Jones rolls out and is picked. Batted up, and the Panthers come away with it. It's funny seeing the Panthers fans in Germany getting excited. Play action, rolls to his right. Defender in the face, bats it up. Clean interception. God, Daniel Jones just throws it right. The defender's right in front of him, and he just throws it into his helmet. Like, what the hell are you doing if you're Daniel Jones? Daniel Jones, 6 completions off of 14 pass attempts, 54 passing yards, and the interception. Daniel Jones is benched after this week. Unless Daniel Jones comes out and dramatically turns it around in the second half, Daniel Jones will be benched. Let me go ahead. Dog wants in real quick. Come on, you get in here. I know, girl. Come on, get in here. What are you doing? Not under this desk. Go under the other one. I know, baby. I know. Okay, but let me pull up. What have we had from Daniel Jones this season so far? Daniel Jones this season, not including this game, 8 passing touchdowns to 5 interceptions. Adjusted yards per pass attempt of 5.97, which is the second worst mark in his NFL career. This is always my favorite thing to do. And honestly, I know it's definitely a dumbed down version, but it is very useful. If you were looking at one statistic to gauge quarterback play off of, it's very sticky year to year, and consistently at the bottom of the league, you'll see guys that aren't going to be starters next season. It's just adjusted yards per pass attempt. Looking at the guys with the best adjusted yards per pass attempt so far this season, you have Lamar, Goff, Daniels, Darnold, Allen, Herbert, Hurts, Burrow, Purdy, Cousins. The guys at the bottom, and you can consistently see this. Like, let's go back to 2023, right? As we can look at 2023, then we can compare, who was at the bottom of adjusted yards per pass attempt and wasn't a starter the next year. The guys that were the worst quarterbacks in the league from an adjusted yards per pass attempt perspective. Bryce Young, who, yes, got to start the next season, but he did eventually get benched. Mac Jones, who was benched after the season. Joshua Dobbs, who will never be a starting quarterback again. Sam Howell, who was benched. Zach Wilson, who was benched. Kenny Pickett, who was benched. Aiden O'Connell, who was benched. Joe Burrow, who obviously was injured last year. You can kind of throw it out the window. Gardner Minshew, who was benched. Desmond Ridder, who was benched. And then get to Kyler Fields-Lawrence. But you can see, like, the very bottom of the league consistently in adjusted yards per pass attempt will be benched the following season. Here right now, the guys at the bottom, Bryce Young by a mile. Bryce Young's been an absolute train wreck. Obviously, this game, the Panthers are looking decent. Deshaun Watson, who was benched halfway through the year. Jacoby Brissett, who's already been benched. Andy Dalton. Anthony Richardson, who's already been benched. Mason Rudolph. Bo Nix, who's a rookie, so he should get next season as well. But then Gardner Minshew's been benched. Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones is the one quarterback here that hasn't. And honestly, if we take into account Daniel Jones' statistics from this game, there's a very real shot that Daniel Jones actually falls behind guys like Gardner Minshew and Bo Nix here with his adjusted yards per pass attempt. So, super predictive metric to just literally look at the bottom of the league and go, okay, those guys that are the absolute worst here will be guys that don't have starting jobs next season. I think you can kind of safely say that with Daniel Jones at this point. Joe says, is Neighbors' stock going down? It looks like it. And honestly, I thought Malik Neighbors was a safe wide receiver one based off the target volume that he's had in this offense. But if this is how bad the offense is going to be, obviously it is much, much tougher here to get excited about him. Now, they are going to punt it away. It will be interesting. The Giants have 2 timeouts. They should get the ball with like 20 seconds-ish left on the clock. So I'm assuming, do the Giants just kind of run it out? We'll see. Steve says, let's see the young pick 6 to put the game back in question. I would get it done. Yeah, 18 seconds. I'm assuming they're just going to run it out. Nork says, this is just a tough matchup for the Giants. The Panthers' defense is tough this year. That is funny. That's hilarious. I may steal that and tweet that out, my guy. Slime says, what's up with Tyreek? Last I saw, Tyreek is still a game time decision. I'll circle back on this to see if we've had any additional news come out, but I haven't seen anything, and I'm assuming if anything has been reported, people in the chat would have let me know. Let me see. Yeah, there's no additional news when it comes to Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill's still a game time decision for Monday night. And to be honest with you, too, I'd be kind of surprised if we got official word on Tyreek within the next 2 hours by the time you have to make your start sets. I think it's just kind of up to you. Let me see in the Flock League if Zach's planning on starting Tyreek at the moment. Yeah, he has Tyreek in his lineup. And he doesn't have an option to pivot to on Monday night. So, honestly, it kind of makes me want to go rush and pick up somebody like Odell or Whittington. Because it could obviously help us out if Zach does lose this week, falls to 8-2. Or how many losses do I have? I have 4 losses. I have no shot to catch him, realistically. That makes no difference for me. It actually probably helped me if he wins. Michael Peters says Mason Tipton or Quentin Johnston, 12-team full PBR for the flex. Super simple here. Very similar to what we said with Bob Means earlier in the season. We really have to understand the difference between like an average wide receiver stepping into a role versus an average running back stepping into a nice role. So if you're just a mid RB, right, and you step into a starting job where you're going to get 20 plus touches, all that has to happen is the coach just has to make the call for the quarterback to hand the ball off to you. Or bam, you're guaranteed that opportunity. Where even if you're a wide receiver that sees the fields because of the injuries to the other players in your offense, it doesn't guarantee that you draw the target. It doesn't guarantee that you draw the opportunity. You still need to, you still need to get open. You still need to create separation. Am I super confident that Mason Tipton is going to be able to do so? No, not really. So for me, I'd go Quentin Johnston. I have no interest in Mason Tipton. XPC says, do you think Carolina versus Oregon would be the game of the year? Obviously, it's always fun going, oh, imagine this, the worst NFL team versus the best college football team. If the Panthers played Oregon, the Panthers would probably win the game 49-3. The Panthers would steamroll them. It would not even be remotely close. The worst NFL team will always very, very easily handle the best college football team. Wouldn't be close either. Billy Von Peter says 2017 LSU would put up a fight against the Giants, though. The 2017 LSU offense with Burrow, Chase, Jefferson, yes, they would have a fight. They would have a fight. I will actually say I saw the 2017 LSU Tigers in that season before people knew they were the best team in the country. It was like week 2, they went to Texas, Hook 'em Horns, of course. And we saw them, and the entire conversation was like, oh, who has the best defensive backs in the country? Who's DBU? Blah, 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 blah. And then Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase put up like 500 passing yards on us. And this is before anybody in the country was giving Burrow his respect and thought Burrow was anything. So everybody was clowning on us. Or yeah, 2019 LSU, I apologize. Tomato. But everybody was clowning on us going, oh my gosh, you let up 500 yards to Joe freaking Burrow, blah, blah, blah. Which obviously hindsight being 2020 with how the season ended. We actually gave LSU the closest game of the year. Now, let me move this over. Let me see if we have any questions on the site to get through real quick. And we do. And of course, if y'all ever wanted to ask any questions on the site, you can always go hit the button in the live chat or the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. That will take you to the same place that hitting personal advice on the site will, where you can send in a super message, a start set question, a trade question, a team review, whatever you are wanting. Again, if you wanted a team review, I'd highly recommend you take advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you can actually get a free CJ Stroud pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And on top of that, you're going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. You can actually go and look at some of the picks that they have on Underdog for the rest of this game here as well, where they have Malik Neighbors, higher, lower 58.5 receiving yards to close out the game. Higher, lower 6.5 receptions. They have Chuba Hubbard, higher, lower 158 total yards to finish this game, which is just insane. But obviously you have no Miles Sanders, and the man only needs, 55 more yards to hit that. So yeah, if y'all wanted to check out any of these picks over there on Underdog, links in the live chat. Just use promo code FLOCK. That way you get the free CJ Stroud pick. And at the same time, you get the free team review on the site. But let's move this over to our next question here on the site. This one's going to be coming out from a longtime member, is always out here. This is Hellboy Jordan. Says Collins or nothing. Here, if we are looking at this, obviously Collins is a game time decision for tonight. Very hard to know exactly what to expect. Now, Kyron, CMC, Aaron Jones are just auto locks. So we are completely fine there. We play Ingram with Njoku on bye. Going over to wide receiver, we have Devontae Adams. And yeah, I guess we already have Leggett who's played, right? And then we have JSN, Cedric Tillman, both on bye. So you plan on Nico, but also at the same time, If you had DeMarcus Robinson sitting out there on your waiver wire, I wouldn't fault you at all for going through and picking him up for the Monday night game just in case Nico doesn't play. But obviously a little bit of a tough spot there with Collins being the game time decision. Now, Oyington coming out with our next question. This says start sit. Where it's a super flex league. We are going to go Cousins over Stroud. If you had Collins already listed as good to go, then at that point, I think you could pivot over and go with CJ. In my mind, it's just maybe a little too early here. And then going over to the flex spots, we have 3 to fill out. We're going to go Tyreek and send up a prayer that he is good to go. We're going to go Nico and send up a prayer here as well. Who would be our pivot options if they couldn't play? As obviously with this being a dynasty format, we can't go to the waiver wire in case one misses. You'd have Malik Washington, Robert Woods as essentially the only 2 players that you could pivot to. So another thing that you could consider with these guys being game time decisions, if you are worried about them missing, is if you wanted to go ahead and instead play Keenan Allen and maybe just reserve one flex spot for either Nico and Tyreek and assume that one of them should be good to go, I wouldn't fault you for it whatsoever. Obviously, that'd be the much safer play. Going over to one of those free team reviews from Owenton. This is a dynasty league, first year of it. I think we have some good young depth, but running backs are getting old. Well, typically running back in dynasty is actually going to be something where you really only consider this singular season anyway. Like looking at somebody such as Rachaad White as an example. I mean, with Rachaad White, it's very easy to say, okay, well, he's young enough where he could make a difference in 2025, but it's no guarantee whatsoever. So really what we are thinking about is more so just what you get for the short term. Now, we are king of the hill. We are number 2 in the league analyzer. We are currently 12-5-1, so we are in a pretty comfortable spot to contend this season. And yeah, running back is definitely old here, but we are going to be fine anyway. Looking at what we have with quarterback, it is a super flex league. We have Stroud and Kyler as the cornerstone assets that we should be able to build around for this season and the long term as well. And then if you're looking at what we have with Cousins, obviously Cousins is a QB that we're not really expecting much beyond this season. If he is the starter in 2025, cool, that's great. There is an outside chance that it is Michael Penix, given the team investment that they have into him. Going over to what we have at running back, this is a team where we are looking to contend. So when we're sitting here with Kyren, Kamara, as well as Mixon, you're in a very comfortable position. Now, obviously, it's very difficult to project out Mixon in 2025. It's very difficult to project out Kamara in 2025. But again, you can say that about almost any running back in Dynasty anyway. We have Charbonnet, Spears as quality depth pieces. realistically speaking, I don't know what you could look to do on this roster. You're an extremely strong contender. Going over to wide receiver, we have Harrison, Nico, Wilson, 3 wide receivers that are all assets we can contend with right now, as well as players that should be able to be built around for years to come. Tyreek Hill's that contending asset that will decline in value. And going over to Kyle Pitts, however, Pitts is a cornerstone piece where we can play right now and in the long term. So I think you're already built with a very well-balanced team. I completely understand, yes, our running backs are going to be much worse this offseason. They're going to be much less valuable than they are today. So if you were a team that wanted to rebuild, I would highly recommend going ahead and potentially looking to sell Kamara, sell Mixon, maybe even sell Kyron and get anything that you could. But the issue is when you're looking at a team that is a contender like your own, while these players are going to be declining in value going into next season, it honestly doesn't particularly matter. So I think you go ahead. I think you just hang on to the elite pieces that should be able to help us out this season. That, yeah, they'll decline in 2025, but who cares? We're looking to win this year anyway. And then we have our future picks as well in the offseason to potentially go through and reload and look to contend in 2025. But yeah, I think you're in a great spot. I wish I had some like dramatic moves that we should make with your team, but you're currently second in the league analyzer, and we are 12-5 as well. So there's not too much to discuss. Now let's move this back over to the chat. Jose says, C-Mac goes off today. Do we trade high next week? We've said this time and time again, but if you held on to Christian McCaffrey for the first 10 weeks, just to turn around and sell him immediately when he came back, I don't know why you held on to him in the first place. So, no, I would for sure hold on to McCaffrey if you have him. I see no reasons why you would want to sell. Now, Nick Sava, appreciate you, my guy. Excited to look at this. Says, I have Tyreek, Brian Thomas Jr., Garrett Wilson. What are we thinking? Brian Thomas Jr., obviously a lot less exciting at this point, but still, if we have Tyreek Wilson, we are chilling and we have enough wide receiver depth. I'm looking at Jacobs going into the future. This is a running back that should be playing on all 3 downs in a very good offense. So, yeah, I think you can go ahead. I think you can take Jacobs here, to be honest with you. Now, Trillo Royal coming out with our next question. Here, this is a start set where I'm assuming maybe we filled this out incorrectly. I'm assuming maybe you only needed 1 flex between Rico Dowdle and Jawan Jennings. For me, I would prefer going with Dowdle over Jennings. It's not the easiest call in the world because obviously the Niners should be a much better offense than what you have in Dallas. But if you are looking at Jennings, while I'd expect him to be playing over Ricky Pearsall, it's not inherently a guarantee. We know he's going to be behind Debo, Kittle, CMC in the pecking order. So at the very best, you have Jennings as the third option here in San Fran. I'm sorry, the fourth option. And at the very worst, if Ricky Pearsall potentially is ahead of him in the target totem pole, then at that point, potentially Jennings is the 5th. So I would rather have Dowdle. Maybe we get some more confirmation on what the role looks like for Jennings this week. But I think it's kind of an easy spot. Just play it safe. Now, Keeper Wet coming out with our next question says, PPR sit 1, Connor, Nico, Lamb, and McLaurin. For me, I think, honestly, the guy that I would be sitting would be Nico Collins. If you're looking at Nico, game time decision, it is a very tough spot. If we knew he was 100% healthy, I'd play him over Lamb. But the thing is, I think Lamb is a good enough option here. Where you don't particularly have to roll the dice. Like, I'm rolling the dice when it comes like Nico Collins versus Juwan Jennings. But I think it's much tougher when you're looking at the wide receivers that we can confidently call low end wide receiver 1s, high end wide receiver 2s. Now, Phoenix Lance, appreciate you. Excited to check this out. If y'all don't know, Phoenix Lance has been with us for literally ever. Let me hook you up with this free start set question. My guy says, full BBR, Nico, Tyreek being game time decisions is hell. Jonnu's my current pivot if one is out, but not sure what else we can do from that point. So looking at the other options you could have, obviously Puka Nacua, you just have to go ahead and you have to play. Tight end, we are going to go with probably Kincaid at this point over Evan Ingram, even with Ingram having the guaranteed target volume, which is a tough spot, of course, with no Lawrence. And then going down to what we have in the fluxes. I think this is the part that sucks. I think you have to go with, and is Amari really out? Dear God, if Amari's out, you for sure go Kincaid. But yeah, I think you have to roll the dice that you get these receivers good to go. And if not, Jonnu could be a viable pivot. I would also throw to Marcus Robinson on the bottom end of the bench if we can. Just in case we possibly have to pivot at both spots. But Gaming Mercer coming out with our next question. Wide receiver, we need either Dell or Hopkins. We're going to go Hopkins. Obviously, it's a tough matchup, but much better receiver, better quarterback, similar offense to what you're going to have in Houston. If you had no Nico Collins, I think you could very easily make the argument to go ahead and take Tank Dell, but it is just tougher here with the possibility of Collins playing. So we're going to go Hopkins. And yeah, let me see if this Amari update is official, because if it is, obviously we are going to need to go through and we are going to need to be updating this. Okay. But Amari Cooper will not be playing week 10. So yeah, let's go ahead. Let's update the rankings over on the site. So you have no Amari as well as no Keon Coleman. Rest of season ranks, I'm actually going to be moving Amari down just slightly. I thought Amari was going to be back this week. Like if I'm looking at Amari, we should have the same amount of games played from Higgins probably going into the future. So I'd probably move him behind Higgins in the rest of season rankings. Now, obviously, in the week 10 rankings, Amari falls to the very bottom. And Shakir is going to rise up to be an interesting play because not only do you have no... I'd rather play Shakir over Mooney. I'd rather play Shakir over Ladd. I think Shakir is right up here with like Hopkins, Pickens. Like Shakir's a very exciting play this week, to be honest. So we're going to move Shakir up dramatically. I think I'm going to move Josh Allen backwards behind Daniels and Hurts as well, with no Amari and no Keon. Obviously, hindsight being 2020, probably is, I don't want to move Burrow himself, but I'll move Allen around Burrow. And then going over to tight ends, we already had Kincaid, tight end 5 this week. So I don't move Kincaid any higher, but Kincaid does become a very exciting start here. Kincaid definitely very exciting with no Amari and no Keon. And I am interested now because Sal has Amari. So Sal was kind of playing hardball with me with the trade earlier, but I think we're probably going to get it done. Because now if I look at this, Sal probably has to go to the bench, and his options Noah Brown or Mason Tipton. So, dear God, is that Tracy? No! Oh my gosh. Oh, dear God. Tracy coming out big. Danny already gloating in the chat. Puts me in a crap spot. I'm playing against Tracy this week. How many points was that? 10? Dear God. We still have a 77% chance of winning this, but I'm not going to complain too much, right? We only have 24 minutes left in the game. And so far, Tracy and Neighbors have combined for about 17 points. So am I going to sit here and dear God. 17 points, though, from the combo of Neighbors, Tracy, this far into the game. I don't think we have to. We don't have much room to cry. We don't have much room to cry. But anyway, let's move this over. And where are we at in the league power rankings at this point? We're 4th. But moving to 6 and 4 is going to be massive. We have a tough matchup against Zach next week. All right. But let's refresh this, see if we have any more questions coming in with the site. Damien coming out with our next one says, got this week figured out. Just need help with the lineup rest of season. Amari, Brian Thomas Jr., and Myers are tough locks. Well, yeah, here running back, we're going to be playing Dobbins, tight end Ferg, and then down in the flex, you have a running back. This is obviously rest of season. Jacobs is on bye this week. But here, you don't have to lock in these 3 receivers. You are just playing it based off matchup. So, to be honest, I'd obviously be concerned this week with Amari getting ruled out, and just for this week in particular, how we submit this lineup is probably Brian Thomas Jr., but you have no Amari, you have no Myers, you have no Christian Watson, you have no Jacobs. So this week freaking sucks. I have no idea who the hell you put in. Are you really starting Braylon Allen? But yeah, you have no DK Metcalf either. So this week is god-awful. But in the future, I'm not super worried about having to play Amari in your second flex spot. I think you should be fine. Official Rob coming out says Ladd or Shakir now that there's no Amari. Yeah, we just moved Shakir ahead of Ladd in our rankings this week. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Shakir. As not only do you have no Amari, but at the same time, you have no Keon Coleman as well. So it should be a very comfortable spot with Shakir. Now, Hogan, always happy to see us, says, Amari injured, banking on Tyreek. Do we drop Goff or Kraft? Don't know what the team is like. If you're looking at dropping Jared Goff or Tucker Kraft, I'd probably go ahead and I would probably rather drop Goff, where I think he's closer to the streaming options at QB than Kraft is to the streaming options at tight ends. But I really hope Tyreek plays for you. Now, Johnsky coming out says, Sup, Mason, I'm 6-3. How are we liking the team? Looks great now that Brown is an every week start. We're going to go to Devonta Smith here in the flex as well. And yeah, we have plenty of depth to get by. So you're in a really comfortable situation. And especially with the start that you had from Burrow and Brown, I'd imagine that we're probably going to be 7-3 after this week. So absolutely love to see it. Now, let's move this over. Hubbard, this is his 6th career game with over 100 rushing yards. Hubbard is now at 102 rushing yards. Hubbard cooking. Dear God, just run the football if you're the Panthers and you're the Giants. Why the hell are you relying on younger Daniel Jones for anything? Great run from Hubbard. We looked earlier and Hubbard was like higher, lower, 150 yards, total yards to end the game here. But now Hubbard's up to higher, lower, 181.5 total yards to end this game for the Panthers. Dear God. Higher, lower, 181.5 total yards. And obviously, if y'all wanted to check out any of these picks, they're over there on Underdog. I'll leave the link in the description and comment section. Code FLOCK will hook you up with a free CJ Stroud pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And on top of that, Code FLOCK will give you a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day as well. So make sure you take advantage of that if you have not done so already. But let's move this over. Gaming, Mercer, happy to see you again. This is a free start sit question here. We are looking at Brees, Evans, Hopkins versus Allen, Pollard, Tyreek. Brees to Tyreek, lateral move up to you. Evans to Allen, give me Allen. Hopkins to Pollard, give me Pollard. I'm sorry, give me Hopkins. I apologize. Looking at the team, my thing is I would want to give this roster back. I would want to give them back Kyler. Afterwards, we would have running back Mixon, Achane, Pollard. Wide receiver Tyreek, Reed, Dell, Debo. Quarterback Allen. So, fine if you wanted to make this deal, honestly, kind of up to you. But what would make this a lot more exciting is if you could keep Hopkins and send Kyler instead. Because obviously Kyler's not going to be Yeah. If you could send Kyler, then here at this point, I would like the deal a lot more, to be honest. But congrats if you started Bryce Young. Bryce Young picking up some rushing yards for you. Bryce Young having fun out there too. Yeah, Young coming through with a big rush. But we have a team review coming out from Veshy. Really appreciate you. Let me go ahead and hook you up with both a free trade question and a free start sit question as well, just in case there's maybe something else you want to follow up with this. It says, need help with running back 2 in a flex this week. Running back 2 options are Bigsby, Akers, Mason, Garindo. The flex options are Taysom, Ferguson, Rome, Hunter Henry. My opponent is in first. Now, this freaking sucks, to be completely honest. Running back 2, if you really had to pick somebody here, the last guy you could go with is Garindo, with Mason as well as CMC, both good to go. Looking at Bigsby, Akers, you got to go Bigsby here. At least with Bigsby, there are only really 2 running backs in his backfields. So if I'm looking at this, probably want to go with Bigsby over Akers, Mason, and Garindo. Because you only have to compete with ETN, but obviously it's a garbage offense. And then for the flex, we are going to go with Rome. Thank God we have the Chase blow up. Looking at Darnold here at QB, viable streamer in a great matchup. It's a super flex league, so never mind, not just a streamer. This is quarterback we're relying on rest of season. We have Cousins down here in the super flex spot. We have Mahomes and a tough matchup against Denver. For me personally, I think I would consider Mahomes over Darnold's. Well, it is a really strong matchup, of course. That you have here for Darnold. To be fair, when you have no Lawrence in Jacksonville, there is an outside chance that we just see them run the ball over and over and over again in Minnesota. So I think I would potentially consider pivoting to Mahomes. But honestly, great quarterback room in a super flex league. No real hesitation. You can just play the matchups between these 3 guys rest of season. Looking at what we have at wide receiver, we are currently sitting with the combo of Chase as well as Kupp. So we have 2 wide receiver 1s rest of season here. I'm going over to what we have with the wide receivers on the bench. We have Rome Odunze. I personally would play Rome over Taysom. And that's about it. So we don't have a ton of wide receiver depth on this team. But at the same time, it's probably a league format in which we're not trying to optimize for wide receiver depth anyway. Going over to what we have, and then we have Tank Dell. I'm sorry. Going over to what we have at running back, we have James Cook, Kenneth Walker that we get to play most weeks. We have Cam Akers in that RB2 slot right now. Again, I do want to reiterate, I personally would pivot from Akers to Tank Bigsby. Where with Akers, you presumably have 3 running backs you're having to compete with. With Bigsby, you only have 2. We got Danny in the chat. Danny, if you want to help out with this, who are you starting between Akers and Bigsby? For me, I think it's Bigsby kind of easily. And then going over to what we have at tight end, we already played Gesicki. Obviously, if we can go back in a time machine, we would rather pivot this over to an option such as Taysom or Hunter Henry, but I think Gesicki probably was the correct play. And in terms of trades to make with this roster, I honestly don't think that there are too many that we should be looking at. Like for me, I think if you could upgrade here at quarterback in a super flex league in which you do only start 9 guys, that would be advantageous, but I just don't exactly see where the expendable piece is at the moment. Like, I mean, this lineup where we're having to go through and we're having to throw in someone like Tank Bigsby into our lineup this week, as well as Roma Dunze potentially there in that flex. So it's not necessarily a league in which you have a lot of flexibility in terms of trades that we could be looking to make. I'm assuming that we are probably going to be able to take this week down after the Jamar Chase blow up. So we should be 6-4. And while depth definitely matters a little bit more here in this league, I think you have enough once we get Walker through the bye where we don't particularly have to trade for running back depth. I mean, obviously, after this week, we're going to look to drop a tight end or two. There's definitely no reason for us to be rostering a total of 4 tight ends. So that's what I would potentially be looking to do, is just put the starting lineup how we said this week. I don't think you can afford to really go out and get an upgrade and a 2-for-1 deal inside the starting lineup. Depth matters a little bit more in this league, and we don't have the depth alongside it. And probably after this week, we are going to look to pivot off, and we are probably going to be looking to grab some running backs off the waiver wire and toss aside some of the tight ends. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. I did hook you up with both the free start sit question and the free trade question as well, just in case there's anything else that you wanted to throw in my direction. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you, my friend. But now let's move this over to our next question coming out from SDR. And give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I am sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, but we are back. This next question coming out from SDR says, who should we start this week and rest of season? And do we trade somebody away? So here, really, for the starts this week, the main thing would be, would you want to pivot off of Nico Collins? The other option that you'd be looking at is Josh Downs. So it does put you in a little bit of an awkward spot, right? Where I don't necessarily know if Downs is in the tier where it's like, yeah, there's no reason to roll the dice here. Just go ahead and put the best player in. I think I would roll the dice with Nico Collins. Obviously, if you wanted to go out there and pick up a backup option like Demarcus Robinson, you could. It's nice that you have, say, Puka Nacua obviously playing late. So, I mean, let's just move this around a bit. Let's put Puka in wide receiver just so we can visualize this a little bit different. Because if we have Nico in the flex, then obviously at that point we would have a few more options with guys that we could potentially go with. If Nico Collins wouldn't be good to go later tonight. But really, it only comes down to, are you pivoting from Nico to Downs? And then the rest of season, this is definitely how the starting lineup is, right? There's no hesitation with that. And then quarterback this week, we for sure go Jared Goff over Jordan Love, of course. Now, our next switch coming out from Grokay. This is a start sit says, with Cheetah questionable, do I lock in Ramondre? For me, I would roll the dice with Tyreek over Ramondre Stevenson. It is nice that he's in the flex spot, just in case if he's not good to go tomorrow night. Obviously, you have additional options that you can look to pivot to. Again, if I had like Terry McLaurin versus Tyreek Hill, there, I'm probably not going to roll the dice. There, I'm probably just going to be playing it safe. But I don't know if Ramondre Stevenson is in that range. Now, our next question coming out from VC says, start 2 for my final flex spots in a 10-team league. Downs, Shakir, Brian Thomas Jr., and Tank Dell. With how things have shaken up, I probably would start Shakir over Brian Thomas Jr., where obviously you have no Keon and you have no Amari as well. So I think you're in a spot in which Shakir probably sets up to dominate targets as much as he ever will here in Buffalo. And Downs, obviously, you have no Pittman. So I think those first 2 options will be my plays, my guy. But thank you again. Obviously, I appreciate you being a member of the flock. I know you're always out here with us. But let's move this over. And I think we are all caught up with the questions on the site. So let's see if we have any questions in the live chat. Let's see. Clarkus says Curtis Samuel or Calvin Austin. Can't believe these are my options. Definitely disgusting. Y'all got to give me credit. There's one thing that we've been good at every year over the past 4 seasons. One thing that we've been good at is identifying the worst pick in underdog drafts every single season. We identified that 3 years ago as the combo of Cortland Sutton and Gabe Davis. We identified that last season as Kadarius Toney. If y'all remember, there was a point of the offseason Kadarius Toney was getting drafted at freaking Mike Evans. And we identified Curtis Samuel as the worst underdog pick in drafts this year. It's the one thing that we are pretty good at. And looking at Curtis Samuel this week, obviously it is a much better situation now where you have no Keon, you have no Amari. I think you can actually go ahead and play Curtis Samuel this week over Calvin Austin. MTL says Mahomes or Josh Allen today. Obviously, you are looking at Josh Allen here. This quarterback where He does get the hit, having no Amari, having no Keon. But at the same time, I would still very easily rather have Allen over Mahomes based off the rushing upside that you get as well. And we didn't go through the actives and inactives. There are really no big surprises here. London's good to go. Brian Thomas Jr. is good to go. Gabe Davis is as well. And Deebo Samuel is active for week 10. So looking at what we have with injury updates, really the only thing that matters at this point is Tyreek Hill, Nico Collins. And we don't have any information still with that. Okay. Let's see. Ollie says we traded Lamb for Puka. What are your thoughts? I think the Rams offense will be significantly better than the Cowboys offense rest of season. And for that reason, I would personally just prefer having Puka here. Bryce Young avoids the sack. Here's what we need. All right. I need this game to be slow, boring, and just get it over with. We don't need any more Tracy points. We don't need any more Malik Neighbors points. Leggett, are you really going to drop that ball? I thought Leggett was going to give us a usable week in some of our underdog teams this week, but ain't looking good right now. What is Leggett up to at this point? 110 receiving. 110 passing yards for Bryce Young. Leggett has total of, in underdog drafts, 3.9 points. RIP. RIP. Okay. Tesla says we definitely need more Neighbors points. And my underdog teams and my flock team is completely fine with no more Malik Neighbors points. Malik Neighbors in a half PBR format sitting with 2.2 points so far. And if you ask me, I'd be completely fine if he ends it there. Okay. Sean says, at this point, am I starting Rome over Hill? I definitely want it. I definitely would still play Tyreek Hill over Rome. Like if I'm looking at Tyreek Hill versus the low end wide receiver ones, high end wide receiver twos, yeah, I'll take Devonta Smith over him. I'll take Terry McLaurin over him. But I'm not going with like Rome Odunze instead. There we go. Tracy runs into his offensive lineman, exactly what we want. Thrill Shot coming out says, every week I do a touchdown parlay on my opponent's players. Well, thank God I didn't do that this week, or I would have been screwed. Let's see. Ami says Hopkins or Najee. I'm going to go Hopkins relatively easily as well in a full PPR format. Obviously non-PPR, there's a little bit tougher. I will say, of course, Hopkins does have a tough matchup. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are through the first 3 quarters. Teresa says, please see Santonio's question in the chat about his review. Santonio asking, he has to drop somebody with Nico coming off the IR. I'm very sorry, my guy. I did not see that. Do you mind just letting me know in the live chat what players you are looking to drop at this point? Like, what players are you considering to drop? Who would you say the last 3 to 4 guys on your roster are? But please let me know in the chat. But we are a total of 3 quarters in. And at this point, we are looking at about 17, 18 points between the combo of Tracy and Malik Neighbors. I'm a happy camper with that. I'll take it. I'll take it. If they end with fewer than, they end with fewer than 25 points in this game collectively, I'm happy. Happy guy. Okay. So we'll wait for Santonio in the chat to let us know. We have a question from Ben, says, start who? Jalen McMillan, who will be playing. Alec Pierce, Brown. I don't know exactly what Brown this is. Douglas or McLeod. I mean, obviously, if this is A.J. Brown, you go A.J. Brown, but I don't know what Brown you're talking about. I would say I go McMillan over Alec Pierce, over to Mario Douglas, over Ray McLeod. As if you are looking at McMillan here, I mean, you have the passing volume, and when he was healthy 2 weeks ago, he did run the most routes and see the most snaps here among all Tampa receivers. Teresa says, Hawk or Keenan as a flex? I would go Keenan Allen. Obviously, Keenan was pretty damn bad this past week, but at the same time, you did have 10 targets. So if you get any more passing volume, this offense should be a lot better. But Drewski coming out with our next question. Appreciate you, my guy. Here, this is a start sit where our potential pivots would really just be off of Tyreek to go over to Marvin Harrison. So you know what I would probably do if you look at the time of these games? I think I would just play Harrison early to make sure that we have a safe option. It gives us a little more info, or at least a shot at a little more info here when it comes to the decision to go with either Tyreek or Tank Dell. And if you were to get Tyreek ruled out before the game tonight, then obviously you can pivot over to Tank Dell. Or also at the same time, if you don't get confirmation that Tyreek's good to go, but maybe Nico Collins gets ruled out, then in that case, you could also give yourself the option to pivot to Tank Dell. So I think playing Harrison early gives you a little bit more flexibility with this wide receiver slot with Tyreek, where obviously it's just very difficult to know exactly what to expect with him being a game time decision right now. But let's move this over. Sadly, Daniel Jones gets the first down, hits Theo Johnson. For a rookie, Theo Johnson looks like a grown-ass man. I would prefer 3 and outs for the Giants offense, personally, selfishly. And let's see if we have Santonio's question in the live chat yet on who he's going to drop. Santino, I apologize. Okay, I don't see Santino in the chat. Again, my guy, if you wanted me to help you out and try to figure out who you should be dropping with your roster, just please let me know the 3 to 4 names that you would consider at the very bottom, and I would be happy to try to get you an answer if I can. Let's see, what do we have here? We got Daniel Jones. Who is that to? Wan'Dale Robinson. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We need some points for Wan'Dale. Obviously, I am rooting for the devs in the Flock League whenever they play a creator. Avery is going up against Joe. Joe took me down last week. He has the worst team in the league. But Joe already got a little good head start with Andrews with the 18.8 points. Wan'Dale coming through with the 10 so far. Like, I'm fine with the Giants scoring as long as it's a lot of Wan'Dale Robinson and very little Tracy and Neighbors. But obviously, the expectation would be it's mainly Neighbors and Tracy. Like, crap, we get a big play for Neighbors. And Neighbors is now down. Malik Neighbors is down, ladies and gentlemen. He's now back up. Is it a head? He's holding his face back. Neighbors looks like he's in a lot of pain. He got up and he's able to walk off. Norick says Neighbors had a hamstring injury before that hit, apparently. Let's see. Alchess says, wait, what league is that? I thought you had Chasing the Flock League. I do have Chasing the Flock League. This is the Flock League, my guy. I was just maybe showing you a different matchup there. This is my matchup. Where, yeah, I have Jamar Chase, who's already dropped 55 points. So, we looking pretty, but the thing is, my matchup, week 11, I have to go up against Zach. So, we really need to win in week 10 to move to 6-4. And also, obviously, I want to talk as much crap to Danny as I possibly can. Okay. Yeah, I saw Neighbors is out. Blue Power says, is Nico Collins a start? If he plays, he is. But right now, he is still a game time decision. Brandon says another concussion for Neighbors. If that is the case, I'm assuming we don't see him for the rest of the game. I had no idea what it is. Junior says Coker slowed down, RIP. I mean, yeah, I want to reiterate for the 1,000th time, Jalen Coker is nothing. For you to put that guy into your starting lineup, I don't know what scenario you would possibly have to be in. It's a garbage offense. Leggett was the guy who was just drafted in round 1. Leggett's flashed just as much, if not more than Neighbors so far this season. Sorry, not Neighbors. Freaking Jalen Coker. And at the same time, what? It's a garbage offense, so who gives a damn? Adam Thielen potentially comes back. Jalen Coker is not viable. Who cares? Is Malik Neighbors back on the field? Is that him at the bottom of the screen? No, that's not. Singletary up the middle. Let's go. Let's go. GH says, what do you think about Nico coming off the IR versus Cup being healthy if Dell's out? One, Dell's playing. And two, this week, almost regardless, I would go ahead and I would play Cup over Nico. I don't think you have to risk it. Let me see. I'm really wanting an update with Neighbors because obviously the Neighbors injury doesn't just impact this in the short term for this game, but also rest of season as well. Yeah, it looks like Neighbors is going to the locker room. So if Neighbors truly does have another concussion, after this game, presumably when the Giants are 2-7. I mean, sorry, 2-8. Yeah, it's a concussion for Neighbors. Daniel Jones picks up the first down with his legs. Yeah, but if the Giants are 2-8, they already held out Neighbors for like 17 days with the first concussion. You would assume that they play it safe with this one too. Obviously, I'm just assuming, but would we be that surprised if Neighbors misses another 2 to 3 weeks if he has another concussion? At least I wouldn't. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Okay, people saying Neighbors. Yeah, Neighbors is back. Neighbors is good to go. So never mind. Ignore everything I ever said. I'm an idiot. Obviously, you should not listen to me. He's not on the field, but he's on the sideline at least. Get him down. Is that Tracy? Get him down. God dang. He looks tired. Get him off the field. We need Singletary out there. Neighbors back in. He's on the field. That was a short-lived concussion scare. They just took all the receivers off. Daniel Jones rushing touchdown. Daniel Jones rushing touchdown. Come on, let's see it. Get him. Go, 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 Jones. Go, 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 go. Oh, what did I call? Come on, y'all got to give me props for that. Let's freaking go. Daniel Jones rushing TD. 0 points going over to Tracy for that. Immaculate. Callie says, I can't be in your stream with you hating on Tracy. I'm sorry, my guy. I'm playing against Tracy this week. We called that. Oh, I honestly wasn't thinking it was going to go that way. I was thinking it was going to be a sneak up the middle, but regardless, beautiful for me. You love to see it. You love to see it. Okay. Yeah, Neighbors is back, though. Zach says, is he startable in fantasy now as a rusher? No, Daniel Jones is not startable in fantasy. Maybe if you add him in an underdog best ball draft, that gives you a little spike week with some usage, but not someone you can consistently rely upon. And here's what we're going to need. We're going to need the Panthers to get the ball, and we're just going to run it over and over and over and over again. Let's play it safe, Carolina. Let's play it safe. No reason to try to get cute here. Okay. Now, let's move this over. We have another question coming out from Who Dat Preston. Says CMC on the bench, start him over Connor/Pollard. Oh, 100% you start him over Pollard. Yes, please get CMC and over Pollard. With McCaffrey, no matter what, they get to the goal line, they're going to do anything they can to get him a touchdown. Like, to be completely honest with you, like, CMC to have a touchdown today is a freaking lock. We're already told he's going to have a full workload. We're already told that he's going to be seeing 20-plus opportunities. Right now, the Niners project out to be the second highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. So with that in mind, expectations are they have trips to the goal line. They get inside the 5. And again, I don't see how they're not giving that ball to CMC. Like, to be honest with you, can we go through it? And with Pollard as well, you do have to consider the fact that if Spears comes in and Spears has some usage as a receiver, that will take away from Pollard for sure. But let me go ahead and let's see what we have with the McCaffrey picks on Underdog. What's the multiplier on a McCaffrey touchdown? 0.77x. If it was even, if it was just one, I would 100% be going all in on McCaffrey to score a touchdown, but 0.77x makes it definitely a lot tougher. Where they have him higher, lower, 97.5 total yards. Like, for the love of God, make sure you play McCaffrey. Play McCaffrey, play Debo, play Kittle. They're all must-start options. And then, obviously, of course, if you wanted to check out any of these picks on Underdog, the link's in the live chat, links in the description. Code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll get that free CJ Stroud pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And on top of it, you will be getting a free team review in the live stream every single night that we are doing it. Just make sure that you are setting up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way we can go ahead and hook you up with that free team review voucher. Okay. Now let's move this over. Solomon wants us to look at the Underdog picks for the KC game. Yeah, we can look at them. I think we skipped by it earlier. Right now, you are at really the only interesting players to look at from a fantasy perspective. Kareem Hunt is higher, lower, 87.5 total yards. Worthy is higher, lower, 40.5 total yards. Hopkins, higher, lower, 50.5 receiving yards. So Hopkins, extremely low. Obviously, it is a very tough matchup. But Kelsey's higher, lower, 58.5. And Mahomes is higher, lower, 234.5. Bo Nix is 201. Cortland Sutton's 45 receiving yards, higher, lower. Javonte is 60 total yards, higher, lower. So if I look at this, Kareem Hunt's a must-start play. Kelsey's a must-start play. Hopkins, wide receiver 2 consideration. Bo Nix is an absolute trap. Do not start Bo Nix. I think really the only reason people are getting suckered in is what you have with the stretch of games where you had phenomenal matchups. But not a super easy spot in a tough matchup against KC. Okay. Another flag here. Is Hubbard injured? Chuba Hubbard's down, ladies and gentlemen. Miles Sanders and Chuba Hubbard are both injured. It is Jonathan Brooks' time starting next week. This is just freaking brutal. Dear God, the Giants give the ball on a Hubbard fumble and Hubbard's injured. Oh, yeah, the Hubbard knee. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, the Hubbard injury does not look good. It does not look good for Chuba. Obviously, I mean, he's standing up on the sideline. It's not like he was carted off. So, not saying that Chuba's done for sure, but still. And now freaking the Giants are close to scoring. Daniel Jones almost gets picked off. Theo Johnson gets it. People are saying he's done for the day. I would be worried if I had Hubbard. I would be worried if I was sitting with Chuba. Yeah, I mean, he walked off. Is that Tracy? Get him down. All right, here's what we need. For the love of God, we need a Panthers stop here. Please, Panthers. Hubbard looks like he's fine. Never mind. Chuba's just standing there on the sideline. He looks like he's good. Come on. Come on, Panthers. Keep pounding. Get Neighbors down. Get them down. Get them down. Thank God. Yeah, the last thing we needed was a freaking Neighbors touchdown. I would have lost my mind. But again, we are a Panthers fan for today. We are having to go up against both Tracy and Neighbors. So we are really hoping that shut him down. Shut him down here. Was that an interception? They just picked Daniel Jones off? Dear God, Daniel Jones. I mean, you can make it an argument that that was Tracy's fault, but still. Come on, get in here. Oh. Daniel Jones never sees the field again. RIP. RIP. And we just need, at this point, the Panthers to run this out. But let's go ahead and let's dive into this. This is a free team review from the Blue Spider. For whatever reason, it looks like there's an issue loading the values here. But is Hubbard back on the field? Yeah, Hubbard's good to go. His knee went in the opposite direction, and he's fine. But anyway, excited to check this out. Logan, thank you, of course, for being a member of the flock. This is a Dynasty one quarterback format, it looks like. Here, quarterback, we are rolling with Jalen Hurts. We have the long-term upside with a couple of these other names like Caleb, A-Red. So even if it was a super flex league, obviously we are just completely fine here at quarterback. But yeah, definitely can contend with this QB room. And at the same time, you have plenty of value for the long-term as well. Don't really have much hesitation in saying that either. Going over to what we have at running back. We are looking at a cornerstone asset in Devon Achane. If you're looking at Achane, very rarely can you say a running back is a safe option for the following season. Really, you do have to take it year by year at RB. But specifically at the running back position, but specifically with Achane, this is one of the very few running backs where we can say that actually you do have the safe projection for 2025 and beyond. We have Saquon Barkley as a super strong asset to contend with this season. We have Chubb, Pollard as assets for this year as well, just depth pieces that we're maybe not super excited about. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we lose Godwin, which puts us in a very awkward spot, of course. But we have a couple cornerstone pieces that we can contend with in the short term and in the long term, such as Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Ladd McConkey. Feel very comfortable with all three of those plays. Really, the only thing that you could possibly point out that would really hurt this team is, one, tight end's kind of garbage, but maybe Jatavion Sanders is coming on strong at this point. But two, the loss of Godwin as well as Shaheed puts you in an awkward spot in which you don't really have a lot of depth at wide receiver in a league where it looks like we actually kind of need it. But we have the running back depth pieces that we are able to play, of course, which is nice to see. Really, the only thing that I could say would be, if you wanted to push into contend this season, which I'm not going to fault you for at all in a 5-4 roster, it could make sense to pivot off of Chris Godwin with the torn ACL to a team that's a rebuilding team and see if we can swing for another wide receiver depth piece or maybe go get a viable tight end. Like, this team's currently 3-6. I would assume that they are playing for the long term. If you could somehow swing off of Godwin to get to George Pickens, it would be an absolute no-brainer for us. Much easier said than done, though. I'm going through this other team that's 3-6. Wide receiver, they lost Diggs. Maybe going from Godwin to Terry could be viable. You actually do have Godwin as the younger wide receiver between the two. Actually, not necessarily. They are about the same age. But obviously, Godwin was much better. If they would be willing to make that move, I would love to pivot off of Godwin for Terry McLaurin somehow on this contending team. Even if that means that you potentially have to sell another depth piece somewhere that isn't particularly going to help us this season, but maybe has some appeal as well. Like, if you can go Godwin and Troy Franklin to somehow get to Terry McLaurin from the rebuilding roster, I think that could make some sense. But really the only thing to do here, and I know it's going to be much easier said than done, is to see if you could pivot off of Godwin to one of the teams that are 3-6 that are looking to build for the future and get some production in this lineup in the short term. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Again, I'm sorry for whatever reason the league analyzer is having a little bit of a bug with your league in particular. If you could send a message in the site issues section saying that there's an issue with your team in the league analyzer, if you're seeing this on the My Teams page especially, one of the developers would be happy to go ahead and help you out with this if possible. But again, thank you for being a member of the flock. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. I really hope you're able to get something from it. And yeah, thank you for taking advantage of that free team review, of course. But let's go ahead. And Chubby Rooster coming out with our next question says, no idea who to start with Collins questionable. If I was looking at Hopkins versus Nico Collins, obviously a lot of it comes down to the viable backup options that you would have. If you're telling me that you potentially had like Tank Dell to pivot to or Jalen Waddle to pivot to, obviously with them playing on Sunday and Monday nights, I think that we would go ahead and we would plan on rolling the dice with Nico Collins. But if your best pivot instead would be like DeMarcus Robinson, or your best pivot instead would be, say, Malik Washington, then at that point, I think you would, or Xavier Hutchinson, I would rather just take the guarantee that we have with Hopkins. Unless, of course, you get some positive news regarding Nico Collins before the KC game. It's just very hard to expect that to happen. I was really hoping that we were going to have confirmation with Collins or Tyreek before this game, before the main slate of games started. Come on, let's just end this game already. End this game, Carolina. Bo says it's a Dynasty League. If you're referring to the Nico versus Hopkins in a Dynasty format, then obviously you would really have no pivoting options unless you had one of those guys on your team, but the waiver wire is going to be run dry. So you probably just get stuck going with Nico. Yeah, Jay Swo says, I swear if this goes into OT. If this goes into OT, I will be pissed. Somebody has to play against Tracy and Neighbors. I really just want the Panthers to put this away. The Panthers' offense is just so bad. Young hits Leggett. Let's freaking go. Thank you, Bryce Young. Thank you. Thank you. It's literally the best case scenario there for me. Especially as we have Leggett. Obviously, we're not starting him in any regular leagues. I'm not a psycho. But we have Leggett in some underdog best ball draft. So if we can rack up some Leggett points, that'd be nice. Okay, so we're to the point Giants calling a timeouts. We get one more rush. The Giants call another timeout. Then another rush and it's taken down to 2 minutes. And then Daniel Jones gets the ball left with 2 minutes. Or Carolina, you freaking pick up a first down. But this Panthers offense, I have no hope for that happening, really. I have no hope. LOL Pop says, is Jalen Coker going to be on a waiver wire video? No, I feel like Jalen Coker at this point is legitimately a meme. Like, why the hell would y'all be interested in Jalen Coker? Legitimately. I feel like y'all are trolling me with the Jalen Coker stuff. It would be different if Jalen Coker was stepping into like a Kansas City Chiefs offense with Mahomes. But no, in this spot where you're going up and you're getting to play with freaking Bryce Young. Jalen Coker this year has had 1, 4, 3, 1, 6, and 3 targets. Adam Thielen potentially comes back into this offense, and it's a garbage offense in the first place. Like, to be honest, I feel like y'all are trolling me with the Jalen Coker stuff. An undrafted free agent that's shown nothing in a garbage offense. Okay. Oh my gosh, Hubbard drops the ball. Young throws it a little too high. Bryce Young, why are you so bad? Yeah, I put that more on Bryce Young than I do Chuba Hubbard. That's so bad because one, Hubbard could have had a small chance to pick up the first down. And two, more importantly, it would have taken it down to the 2-minute warning. And now the Giants are going to get so much time here. Again, worst case scenario. And yes, this is what's going to freaking happen. This is always what happens. You get down to the 2-minute drill. An offense has been incompetent all freaking day. And I think a lot of it is NFL officiating, if I'm going to put on like a little conspiracy theory hat. But I think a lot of times you get to the end of the game, the NFL likes seeing the team losing stay in it. They like seeing the winning drive. I think most times the team that is down can get away with holding, can get away with a bunch of stuff in their final drive. Also, a lot of it is just defenses playing way too soft. And just the last 2 minutes, I already know Neighbors is scoring 15 points here. Like, is that Neighbors again? Are you freaking kidding me? Like, back to back here. I mean, you already know it's going to happen. Neighbors coming out, and yes, just please stop him, please. Great clip says feed Neighbors, need 10 yards. What do you need 54 receiving yards from Malik Neighbors from? It's a random number. Yeah, Germany getting its money's worth. How much do you think a ticket to this game was? I'm sure maybe somebody in this chat knows. How much was a ticket to the Giants-Panthers game? I think it was, they were about a little over $100. $1 in a bottle of Coke. I went to Europe for the first time ever this summer, and I was surprised that obviously, I mean, I don't know if y'all know this, at least from my perspective, everybody talks about Europeans being like so much healthier than Americans and blah, 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 blah. And I just went to France. We were only in Nice, France, and Paris. I didn't go anywhere else. So obviously, I'm sure different places in Europe is different. But everywhere I was at, it was people ripping cigs or vapes and drinking a bunch of alcohol. And then drinking Coke. They sold Coca-Cola everywhere. So it was all sold out that like Europe is so much healthier than the United States. And the second I get there, everybody's smoking, everybody's drinking, and everybody's drinking soda too. But, yeah. And I was shocked. Like, it wasn't just like you saw people smoking on the street. It's like, hey, we go to a cafe. I'm trying to eat dinner. And there are 20 tables around us, and they're all sitting there just with a cocktail and a cigarette. Just chain smoking. Is that Neighbors? Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh, that easily hit the ground. I swear to God, if y'all give that to him, if y'all give that to the Giants, I will be so mad. Okay, they're calling it off. They're not giving that to him. Oh, I would have been irate. I would have lost my mind. To be honest. Yeah, hit the ground. They were running up as if they were going to give it to him, but no, not even remotely close. Yuri says, pick one, Brian Thomas Jr., Dell, or Ladd. If you have no Nico, I go Dell for sure. If Nico plays, it's up to you, and it's not close. I mean, it's very close. You can do whatever the hell you want. Now let's move this over. We have a couple more questions coming in on the site. Justin, coming out with our next one, says, conflicted whether to start Shakir or Pickens. For me, I would actually go Shakir now that you have both no Keon and no Amari. It's not like you're in a spot where we've seen really anything from Curtis Samuel. Can I see like what the updated projections are here? Right now on Underdog, you have Shakir higher or lower 63.5 receiving yards. That's definitely going to be higher than whatever the hell Pickens is at. Where if you are looking at George Pickens, Pickens is currently higher or lower 62.5 receiving yards. See, I think you go with Shakir. And I apologize. And yeah, now they're in field goal range. Now we want the Giants to score. I just don't send this game to overtime. Yeah, keep giving it to Hyatt. I'm fine with that. FMC says Mahomes or Stafford this week. Mahomes going to give you a little rushing. Stafford's going to give you 0. Stafford, you have Kupp and Puka both good to go, but Mahomes, Hopkins is really emerging. Mahomes has a difficult matchup. For me, I'd probably go ahead, and for me, I'd probably take Mahomes over Stafford. Now, here's something I want to discuss. So here again, this is me throwing on the conspiracy theory hat. But why is it that every single 2-minute drill in the NFL, the team gets it? Every single time. So you would think one of two things. You would think, one, either defensive coordinators go brain dead as soon as it gets inside the 2-minute drill. And they just, why are you so conservative that every single time teams can advance it down the field to you? Or two, it's like offensive coordinators turn into geniuses. They're like, oh, okay, we've been saving these 5 plays that we're just going to run over and over and over again until we score a touchdown here. I know it's like the common narrative is like prevent defense prevents absolutely nothing. Because like, yeah, prevent defense, you're scored on every single time. Why don't you just play a regular defense? My thing is, I think the NFL loves the fact that in the last 2 minutes, any team can drive down the field and scores. And if you go through and if you look at, like if you looked at the rate of defensive holding calls, pass interference calls in the final drive of games versus the rest of the game, I would imagine the defensive holding is called significantly more often at the end of the game. And vice versa, that offensive holding is not called nearly as much. That offensive linemen are able to just get away with holding nonstop. I was like, it's my little theory. Obviously, not saying it's accurate by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, let's see. So just throw it out. So we are going to get the field goal attempt. This is presumably going to overtime here. The Panthers are just so bad. To lose this game with the Daniel Jones turnovers that you've had. We got Junior Swo says, I'm calling a Coker game-winning touchdown. Well, I am praying for a miss here. He's already 0 for 1 today. 42-yard field goal attempt. Seems like these have been missed more often than 50-yard or plus this season. And right through the damn middle. All right, Bryce, you got 5 seconds. Let's do it. Sherm says, any news I missed on Tyreek, Nico? Last I saw, they're both still game time decisions. I'll go ahead and I'll see if I have anything else that's come out. But the latest reports are Micah Parsons going to play this week. And yeah, we really haven't had anything else. Deebo Samuel's active. Brian Thomas is active. Gabe Davis is active. Drake London's active. But that's about it. Okay. Ishan says Mason is your game behind. If y'all think about this, I'm streaming the game, then I'm streaming my reaction to you. So I'd imagine whenever you're hearing me say something, yes, I'm sure it's after it already happened with the game. There's a little bit of a lag between I say something and it popping up on your screen. But anyway, let's move this over to our next question from Cali Kid. Says, is Wilson worth the start this week off of waivers? I would probably go Baker over Wilson. I mean, with Baker, obviously it's a tougher matchup, but I mean, at least you do have a Jalen McMillan back, so you have a little more wide receiver depth. Running back, I'm assuming you bench Tracy if he's on our bench now. Obviously, if we could have played him, we would. And then I think here we just very easily play the wide receivers in the wide receiver slots and flex. You go Kate Otten there and tight end as well. But make sure you're playing Cup, St. Brown, and Wilson. And phenomenal team, my guy, of course. I really appreciate it. Okay. Now, Charlie Woods coming out with our next question says, so should I start Daniels over Josh Allen? I would rather start Jaden Daniels over Josh Allen at this point, with us having a really depleted wide receiver room for Allen with no Keon as well as no Amari. So yeah, I would go Daniels over Josh Allen. Let's move this over. Okay. Let's see. Anything but a neighbor's 50-yard receiving touchdown. We get a neighbor's 50-yard receiving touchdown, your boy's going to be in a little bit of pain. By a little bit of pain, I mean a lot of pain. Let me go ahead and let me pull up what we have right now with how many points Tracy and Neighbors have scored. Freaking. I mean, it's not horrendous so far. We are looking at a total of 27 between the two of them. I just already know that we are going to get this freaking overtime garbage. Okay. Brian says, you have Jamar with 50. What are you talking about? I mean, we did have the 50-point Jamar game, so I'm feeling a little confident, but this is a must-win game for me. This is a must-win. And Danny had Chase Brown go for 22, so obviously I'm excited about the Jamar performance, but Danny has points. Now, going over to our next question from Indy Gold. It's a start sit. We need to look at our second flex. No Singletary, Brooks, Jacobs options. It's really Tyreek versus DJ Moore. So for me in this range, just letting you know what I would do, I would roll the dice and I would see if we could go Tyreek Hill. Now, obviously, a lot of it has to do with the options that you could have on the waiver wire. If you can go pick up like DeMarcus Robinson off the waiver wire and drop Devin Singletary, it makes sense for you to do that just in case Tyreek doesn't play on Monday night. You could have somebody that we pivot over to. But if you had no pivots and you wanted to play it safe with go safer with more, you can do so. Scenarios coming out with our next question. We need help at the flex between Ladd, Javonte, and Dowdle. I'm going to go Ladd with the expectations that Javonte and Dowdle are just in absolute garbage offenses in bad matchups. Where Ladd, obviously, Quentin Johnston's the guy that had the points last week. But Ladd did lead the team in targets, so that was fine. Fumble. Panthers ball. Panthers ball. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, is that really Panthers ball? Panthers ball. Panthers game. Who fumbled that? Was that Tracy's fumble? Oh. Thank you, Tracy. It's actually great that this game went to overtime because it looks like that is actually going to be losing Tracy 2 points. So this game going to overtime lost Tracy and Neighbors 2 points. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Run, get close, kick a field goal, and call it a day. Okay. How bad, it is sad that I'm over here celebrating because you look at Tracy on the bench and this guy just looks so sad. Like, obviously, to be completely honest with y'all, if I have like a strong take in a week and it goes bad, I feel bad. Like, to have to go through and record the videos, come to live streams, go like, hey, I'm sorry. Y'all know I'm the first person to admit when I'm an idiot and I say something wrong. And I own up to it. But it sucks. I think a lot of the reasons why people kind of ignore when they make a wrong call or something, just because it is difficult to own up to it. But we go through, we own up to every, or at least I try to every mistake that we make. But the stakes that I'm dealing with, a small little YouTube channel offering fantasy football advice, when I do something wrong, it sucks and people are mad at me. But if you're Tracy and you fumble here, dear God, I can't even imagine what that feels like. But let's move this over. Yol says Shakir or DJ Moore, we need some help. For me, with no Amari and no Keon, I think it's kind of an easy spot. You go ahead and you take Shakir. I'm not really thinking too much about that either. JLG says, let's go. I'm playing against Tracy. You and me both, my friend. You and me both. Now, field goal to win the game for the Panthers. Let's end it here. I have no idea who the Carolina Panthers kicker is, but I can see the holder. Hecker, you got this, buddy. Hold a good ball. Hold a good ball. And also, it seems like kickers have been a lot more accurate this year from 50 yards plus out. But the shorter kicks, it seems like they're missing it at a higher rate. Teresa tells us the kick is good. It is over. And yes, that is true right down the middle. Immaculate. Great. In this game, give me a good shot with Neighbors only scoring 10 points. Tracy scoring 15. Let's freaking go. So now looking at my matchup this week, we are in a pretty good situation where we've had Chase outscore Chase Brown, Tyrone Tracy, and Malik Neighbors. So now we essentially just need Purdy, Swift, Stevenson, Smith, Laporta, Connor, Najee, Dicker, and the Bears defense to outscore May, Nico, Pitts, Brees, Tolbert, Aubrey, and the Rams. So I think we are in a pretty good spot to see that happen, to be honest. Love to see it. And Corey says, Dowdle or Mostert for the flex. I'm going to go Dowdle. Obviously, don't love it with how bad we expect this Cowboys offense to be, though. Princhetta says, Waddle or Jennings in a half PPR format. So if it wasn't for the Tyreek injury, I think you could honestly convince me to go Jennings. But with the possibility that Tyreek misses, I would rather roll the dice on Waddle here personally. Okay. David says, losing despite a 55-pointer from Chase would be such a flock league thing to happen. That's why I can't afford to lose. If we had Chase drop 55 and I lose, do you understand how upset I would be? You understand how much crap I would get? It'd be horrendous. PJ Nasty says Nico or Lamb. Rest of season, I would rather have Nico Collins. I think the points per game should be significantly higher than what you see from Lamb based off the quarterback play between the two options. Now, with that being said, this week, with Nico potentially missing, I would just play it safe. I would just go ahead and take CeeDee Lamb myself. Let me see. What is the underdog pick that you have for Lamb this week, though? Just be realistic, because I know people are upset with us calling Lamb like a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2 this week. CeeDee Lamb's higher, lower. They've actually moved this up, because the last time we looked at this, he was higher, lower 60.5 receiving yards. Now it's up to 66.5 receiving yards. But like, compare this to other like wide receiver 2s. George Pickens is higher, lower 62.5 receiving yards. So the gap between Lamb and Pickens isn't really large, you know. So to be realistic here, I do expect that Lamb's probably a low-end wide receiver 2 rest of season. High-end wide receiver. Low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2. But in comparison to Nico, who may not play this week, I'd be fine just going ahead and taking Lamb. And obviously, if you wanted to check out any of these picks over there on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. If you use code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get the free CJ Stroud pick, less than half a total yard for the game today as well. And it is available in pretty much every single state. I know a lot of people think, oh, I live in Texas, I live in California, I live in Florida, I live in Michigan, I live in New York, I don't have Underdog. You have Underdog. All right, so and go through the link, use promo code FLOCK, you'll get that free CJ Stroud pick, and you'll get a free team review in the live stream we're doing every single day as well. I'm sure when y'all see us doing all these team reviews, what you may not know is 90% of them are the free team reviews submitted with people who took advantage of that Underdog offer. But just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account if you want that free team review. Now, let's see. Kyler says Waddle, Rome, or McMillan. Obviously, Waddle has been absolute buns, and there's still a chance that Tyreek plays, but I would go ahead. I would take Waddle here. Now, Lord says putting in Sutton over Tyreek, win or loss. I think it's a loss. Like, how I view this is if you're deciding to play an option to pivot off of either Nico or Tyreek, one of the players that currently is a game time decision, I think you have to look at the opportunity cost that you have in terms of the replacement level player. Let's say Tyreek misses, and all of a sudden you have to play DeMarcus Robinson instead. Is the gap between Courtland Sutton and Tyreek Hill larger than the gap between DeMarcus Robinson and Courtland Sutton? In my mind, there's a larger gap between Tyreek and Sutton. So for me, I would go ahead. I would roll the dice with Tyreek Hill. Obviously, it's not a guarantee, not by any stretch of the imagination. But over someone like Sutton, I would. Versus someone like a CeeDee Lamb, I'd rather just take Lamb. Rock says, is Shakir a must start? We can go through and we can look at Shakir in my rankings this week. Rankings, week 10. Wide receiver. We'll sort by Mason Dodd. I moved Shakir up to wide receiver 21 in my rankings. I have Shakir right in the same range as like Pickens, Hopkins, Dell. So it is a very difficult call with Shakir at the moment to go ahead and bench him. Just because you have Amari, you have Keon both missing, you're in a great spot. Hayden says, who has CMC in the Flock League? The team with CMC in the Flock League is actually Austin, and Austin's one of the devs. He has been absolutely crushing it. Lucky for us, while he does have CMC coming back in, the same time, he does take a serious hit with CeeDee Lamb. You can actually use my rankings, and you'll see that I've already moved Lamb down even further in my ranks. So he takes a pretty serious hit with CeeDee Lamb and with the injury to Dak Prescott, and he takes a pretty serious hit to Ryan Thomas with the injury to Trevor Lawrence. So while he has McCaffrey coming back in, it is a spot in which his wide receiver position is maybe just a little bit lackluster now that you have the injuries to those respective QBs. Okay. Sebastian says, risk it with Nico or start Terry. I would go ahead, and Terry's one of those wide receivers that I think you just play it safe with. If you have like a high-end wide receiver 2 option, I would rather just play that guy than Nico Collins. Like the wide receiver 3s, give me Nico, give me Tyreek. But if you're looking at somebody like Terry McLaurin, I think you can play it safe. Now let's move this over. We have another question coming through on the site. This coming out from EJ. Says, lateral move, but is it worth it for the QB wide receiver stack? My wide receivers are Chase, Neighbors, Tyreek, Wilson, Brian Thomas Jr. I think that with Nico Collins not being 100% yet, it probably is worth it. Because if you think about this as well, if Nico misses this week, you presumably get 2 extra games out of A.J. Brown. And same thing, you get an extra game from Jalen Hurts than Jaden Daniels. As Daniels is the week 14 bye, Nico is the week 14 bye. Both Hurts and A.J. Brown already got through their respective bye weeks back in week 5. So yeah, I think I would rather have the Eagles options rather than Jaden Daniels and Nico, especially if you wanted the Eagles stack. But let's move this over. Viper says, should we start Brian Thomas or Juwan Jennings? Obviously, lowering expectations with Brian Thomas with no Trevor Lawrence, but I'd still go with him over Juwan Jennings. And you know what I'm so excited for right now? As soon as we end this live stream, I'm going to walk the dog. I'm going to be on my phone at the same time as I walk the dog. Usually I leave the phone at the house, but your boy's going to be looking for what we can eat for lunch because I am unbelievably hungry, and we are going to walk the dog, go pick up food, come back home, watch some football, relax, rest up, and it is going to be immaculate. I was already thinking about what we could potentially go out and eat during this live stream. I haven't come up with an exact plan yet, but we got a couple ideas. Caesar says Chinese food, Mason. For me, I love Indian food. I love Thai food. Chinese food, not my favorite. But if you have any food recommendations in the chat, I'm all in. Qdoba, for me, I've only had it once, and it was on my college campus. It got shut down at Texas. It didn't last long. But Qdoba, in my mind, was Chipotle with Taco Bell ingredients. It was like, hey, you like Chipotle? Well, what if we make it lower quality and we put the Taco Bell food in the little containers instead? That was Qdoba for me. Let's see. I don't know if I've ever had Filipino food. I don't know what that Filipino food is. Yes. I actually had halal yesterday for lunch. I got what's called Halal Bros. It's near UT's campus, I'm sure. Maybe somebody here knows it. But if you go to UT, go to Halal Bros. Very good. Mitchell says Pickens or Tyreek. It really does come down to what options you could pivot to on Monday. I would probably roll the dice with Tyreek Hill because I'm a psychopath, but if you don't have an option to pivot to, you're completely fine to go through and instead just play the safe option with Pickens. I've never had Dan's hamburgers, to be honest with you. I've never had it. I've driven by it 1,000 times, but I've never had it. But looks like games are about to get fired up. Again, I do want to reiterate, of course, if y'all wanted to check out any of these underdog picks, you can always find the link to Underdog Fantasy in the description. In the comment section, promo code FLOCK is going to hook you up with a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you can get a free CJ Stroud pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game with code FLOCK, and you'll get that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I can go ahead and credit you with that free team review voucher. But I really do appreciate you. I'm wishing you the best of luck for today. And I really hope we get to see you out in the live premiere later tonight after the games.